There are moments when your mind feels like a room full of noise, anxiety, thoughts, memories, all crowding in and leaving you exhausted. But what if I told you that with just one simple Buddhist practice, you could clear it all out and regain clarity instantly? Would you believe it? Stay with me for a few minutes, and I will share with you the secret that meditation masters have used for thousands of years to quiet the mind in just a single breath. There was once a young monk whose mind was in such disarray that he could not sleep for many nights in a row. Whenever he shut his eyes, hundreds of thoughts would rush in, from trivial matters around the monastery to questions about the future for which he had no answers. He would often sit alone in a dark room, listening to the wind slipping through cracks in the door, but instead of feeling peace, he heard what seemed like thousands of chaotic whispers inside his head. One evening, he went to see his teacher and confessed that he could no longer bear it, that his mind always felt like a cloudy sky full of black clouds, without a single ray of light. The teacher did not scold him, nor hurry to comfort him. He simply led him quietly behind the monastery, to an ancient well that the village had used for generations. The well's surface was dark, and the water reflected the faint moonlight. The teacher scooped a bucket full of water and poured it into a white glazed basin. The water from the bucket, when poured, was mixed with small bits of algae and floating dust, making it murky, like the young monk's mind. The teacher said, "Look closely, and do nothing." The young monk gazed intently. At first he grew impatient because the water was not clear. But after a while, something miraculous happened. The small particles gradually sank down, and the surface became still, clear enough to see the moon's reflection on the bottom. The teacher smiled gently and said, "Your mind is like this bucket of water. The more you stir it trying to make it pure, the more turbid it becomes. Only when you set it down, leave it alone, do things settle by themselves. And the way to set your mind down is to return to a simple breath." The novice monk still felt doubtful, but the teacher did not explain further. He simply told him to sit down beside the well and practice with him. Inhale. The young monk attended to the full presence of the breath entering his body, seeing the cool air filling his chest. Exhale. He released everything, like someone letting a leaf drop onto water. After just 3 rounds of breathing, he realized a new quiet space had opened in his heart, not large, but enough to bring a feeling of lightness. The teacher said, "Do you see? There is no need to chase away 1,000 thoughts. You only need a moment in which they have no one to feed them. The mind is like a child. If you do not continue talking with it, it grows tired and will sit down, letting you be in peace." That night, for the first time in many weeks, the young monk slept a deep sleep. In his dream, he saw the well's surface fully reflecting the moon, and he sat beside his teacher in silence, no explanation needed. Upon waking, he understood that the lesson his teacher passed on was not in words, but in experience. One full aware breath is enough to open the door for the mind's return. Since then, whenever his mind became turbulent, he did not try to chase thoughts away, nor did he run from them. He simply sat down, breathed deeply, breathed slowly, and allowed the stillness to spread by itself like morning sunlight dissolving fog. On another morning, when dew still clung to banana leaves and birdsong was still sparse, the teacher called the novice out to the garden. He gave him a lotus leaf freshly picked from the pond, and told him to place it in his palm. On the leaf, dewdrops still glistened like jewels, but when the novice gently tilted his hand, each drop rolled off and fell to the ground, while the leaf remained perfectly dry. Not a trace left behind. The teacher said, "When your mind has settled resting in the breath, it is like this lotus leaf. Thoughts may come as they will. Worries may roll by as they will, but they cannot cling or penetrate if you do not allow it." The novice watched the drops fall, heard their soft sound as they touched the earth, and suddenly realized that all along he had assumed he must fight every thought, every worry. But in truth, He only needed to let them pass like dew rolling off a leaf, while his mind remained steady like the leaf itself, unmoving, neither gripping nor pushing away. From that moment, he felt a layer lift in his heart, like a traveler removing a heavy pack to continue the journey lightly. The next day, the teacher took the young monk to a small Bodhi tree growing near the monastery courtyard. The tree was still young, with lush green leaves and a trunk no thicker than an adult's wrist. The teacher placed his hand on the trunk and said, "Try shaking it gently." The novice did as told, and in an instant, the whole canopy rustled and swayed. The teacher smiled kindly and said, "When the mind has no roots, even a small breeze can shake it. But when you practice breathing mindfully, each breath becomes a new root sinking deeper into the ground, and little by little, the winds of life no longer throw you off course." The young monk stood quietly, feeling those words take root in his heart, because he could clearly see how all his past worries were like the wind, always coming and going. But what made him truly tired was not having any roots to hold onto. Just one person's words, one unfriendly glance, and his mind would spiral for an entire day. Now, he understood that returning to the breath, pausing for a moment to look deeply within, was not just a technique. It was a way of growing roots, of becoming steadier amid life's constant changes. From then on, the young monk began choosing one moment each day to pause. Sometimes it was while carrying water, sometimes while sweeping leaves in the courtyard, sometimes just before a meal. All it took was one deep inhale, one slow exhale, and he could feel the simple, vivid presence of life in that moment. He began to notice that birdsong no longer felt distant. The aroma of freshly cooked rice was no longer meaningless. Even the temple bell, which he used to hear every day, now rang with a deep warmth that echoed all the way into his heart. His mind gradually became clear like a still well, light like a lotus leaf, grounded like the Bodhi tree's roots. And that transformation itself became the answer to all those restless nights where he had once desperately searched for a way out. The next morning was veiled in a light mist. The courtyard tiles were still wet, and the steps showed traces of stray cats that had passed through the night. The teacher said very little. He simply placed a small bell in the young monk's hands, its surface pale like the moon behind clouds, and told him to sit at the porch where the wind passed gently. The teacher sat at an angle behind him, careful not to interrupt his focus, and said, "Instead of trying to force every thought out of your mind, listen to the bell with your breath." That means paying attention not just when the sound rings out, but even before any sound arises, because clarity of mind is found not only in sound, but also in the silence before it. The monk placed the bell in his palm, raised the mallet, and did not strike right away. He first took a deep breath, feeling his belly rise softly like a sail catching the wind, then exhaled long and warm. During that out-breath, the teacher tapped the bell. The sound was not loud, but it carried far. It floated through the porch, past the areca palms, into the open air above the roof, then settled deep inside the monk's chest like a receding tide. He realized something he had not fully grasped the night before at the well, that the breath is not just a temporary bridge. It is the ground where everything can be set down. And once something is set down, the disturbances of sound or thought have a place to dissolve. The teacher said, "Try this for 3 rounds. On the first, breathe and listen to the beginning. On the second, breathe and listen to the continuation. On the third, breathe and listen as it fades." And just like that, the mind would pass through all 3 phases and become whole, like a ripe fruit on the branch, needing no more explanation, only the accuracy of repeated experience. The monk followed along, and after 3 rounds, he looked at the courtyard through a different light. It was still the same tiled ground, the same row of palms, the same birdsong, but nothing was covered by the fog of his mind anymore. He could hear the soft sound of a leaf brushing against the porch roof as it fell. He could feel the warmth of morning sunlight rising from the wall. He could sense a quiet gratitude, steady like an underground spring. The teacher said, when you can anchor your mind in the breath even before the bell rings, you have learned to tidy your room before the guests arrive. And once that room is clean, no guest can shake you by their presence, and their departure will not leave you empty. That is freedom. That afternoon, the temple was crowded. Villagers had come to pay respects at a memorial for an elder. The kitchen was bustling, the courtyard noisy with children running and adults calling to each other. The young monk was assigned to arrange bowls and greet guests. At first, he felt anxious. His hands trembled from the fear of forgetting something, of making mistakes, of someone frowning at him. But then he remembered the bell and the well. He stepped into a quiet corner, not to escape, but just to ask himself for 3 full breaths. He inhaled, aware of his belly rising. He exhaled, aware of his shoulders lowering. He inhaled again, feeling his feet touch the ground like roots. He exhaled again, feeling warmth return to his chest as if sunlight were shining there. By the 3rd breath, the rush in his head had faded like smoke. He returned to his task. Everything flowed like an even stream. Strangely, he was not faster than before, but he made fewer mistakes. He was not trying harder, but he was more clear. Someone asked where the rice porridge bowls were. He smiled and pointed. A child dropped a spoon. He picked it up and rinsed it without a sigh. In the noise of that memorial day, he discovered a place inside himself that was very still, a place untouched by voices, unshaken by small tasks, a place like the silence before the bell. And all it took to return there was one breath, fully present, and everything would fall back into place. That evening, after most of the villagers had left, the teacher called the young monk to the porch once more. He placed the bell in his hands and said, "Today I will not strike it. You strike it and listen on your own. But remember to listen with your whole being, not just your ears, but your eyes, your nose, your skin, and your heart." The monk inhaled, smelling the faint trace of kitchen smoke lingering in the air, sensing the dampness left by a sudden rain, seeing tiny specks of dust floating in slanted sunlight. Then he struck the bell gently. The sound expanded like a widening circle. Inside that circle, he could hear crickets from the grassy field, footsteps lightly crossing the tiles, and his own heart beating in rhythm. He exhaled. The circle closed, but the clarity remained, like a small ember keeping the kitchen warm through a rainy season. The teacher said, "Now you understand. Practice is not about making the world quiet. It is about finding a silence within, so that you can move through all the noise without losing yourself." Someday, whether you are in the market, the forest, the classroom, or a crowded street, all it takes is 3 full breaths, and you will return to yourself. That night, the young monk wrote a simple line in his notebook. Just 3 words: breathe and listen. But in those 3 words, he held the still water of the well, the lotus leaf that kept no dew, the roots of the Bodhi tree, the bell, and the silence before the bell, so that whenever his mind became tangled by a harsh word, a message, or an unfinished task, he could open that notebook, place his hand on his chest, take a deep breath, and exhale slowly. In the darkness where many still lie awake, there was one person at peace, not because the waves had stopped, but because he had learned how to let them pass while keeping the water clear. The next morning, just as daylight gently broke, there was the smell of damp earth mingled with kitchen smoke lingering above the tile roof. The young monk awoke earlier than usual, for the memory of the bell still echoed in his chest. He stepped into the courtyard, and saw a thin moss layer on the steps glinting under the first rays of the day. Sparrows chattered atop the areca palms. A yellow cat lay stretched across the doorway like a lump of ember still warm. The teacher was already on the porch, hands cradling a steaming cup of tea, his gaze resting on the hibiscus fence where a few crimson blooms held dewdrops. He nodded softly as though greeting an old friend. The monk approached and seated himself. The teacher said, Today you will go with me to the market to help the cook buy rice and salt. The crowd down there will be loud. Bargains will press in. The smells of fish, dry goods, sweat, all will swirl together like a dense cloud. If you forget your breath, you will tire, like swimming in a whirlpool. But if you remember, just 3 rounds, inhale with awareness, exhale with awareness, you will find yourself standing on the bank, watching water flow without being swept away. The monk nodded, slung a woven basket behind his back, and walked toward the market, counting steps in rhythm with his breath. At the market gate, human voices exploded like waves. Baskets of dewy green vegetables glowed under bright light. The scent of fish crept into the smell of charcoal. Knife chopping clashed with the sharp cries of street vendors. His head began to heat as though midday in June. His hand touched the basket, a tremor of wanting to hasten everything and flee the chaos. At that moment he remembered the bell and the silence before the bell. He slipped close to a wooden post, softly closed his eyes, and granted himself 3 full breaths. He inhaled deeply and knew his belly rising like a balloon gently filled. He exhaled slowly and knew his shoulders falling like a sail easing with the wind. He inhaled again, sensing his feet pressed firmly on the ground like anchoring stakes. He exhaled again, feeling his skin soften like after a gentle rain. On the 3rd breath, he heard the distinct crackle of a dry leaf being stepped on, and the gentle pour of water from an aluminum kettle. Suddenly the market was not one loud block of noise, it became many distinct sounds. Like the surface of a pond after stillness, tiny ripples appearing. He moved through the market like wandering paths in a garden. He bought rice from a familiar vendor, exchanged salt with an old woman with blackened teeth chewing betel, heard her say her son had gone upriver to work for 2 rainy seasons and had not returned. He listened as though listening to an extended bell tone, and wondered if everyone was trying to find a quiet place within. Unable to name it, he hoisted the rice basket on his shoulder. It was heavy, but no longer felt like a burden to hurry through. It was just heavy enough to remind him to align each step with his breath. Back at the monastery, sweat dampened his robe. He ladled a bowl of rainwater and sipped it, the coolness dispersing the heat, like a gentle hand touching his forehead. Later that afternoon, the teacher led him to a potter's workshop in a quiet plot next door, with bright green vines of creeping plants climbing the trellis. The potter placed in front of him a lump of moist brown clay and told him, "Learn to place the clay at the center of the wheel. If it is off even a little, the faster it spins, the more it will collapse." The monk sat down, pressed the foot pedal, and the wheel began to spin. The soft clay moved under his warm hands. He wished to shape it quickly. His fingers pressed hard, creating a misshapen mouth, the rim collapsing like an eroded bank. The potter chuckled gently and said, "Slow down. Breathe down into your belly. Sense the heart of the wheel with your palm. If your hands cling to some intention, the wheel will jerk to show your stiffness. But if your hands listen and release, the wheel will reveal the clay's fullness in a soft curve." He changed approach. He inhaled, listening to the faint hiss between clay and skin. He exhaled, allowing his thumb to glide like a boat over water. Gradually a vase emerged. The nameless clay found form. The potter said, "Everything has its own heart, and your breath is the strand that links your hands to the heart of things." Hearing that, the monk looked at the moist vase and saw it was more than clay. It was the result of a moment without excess effort, of attention neither grasping nor letting go. By evening, he placed the image of the wheel next to his images of the well and the bell in his notebook, 3 markers standing side by side, tracing the shortest path home. That night a storm came fast as a rumor. Wind whipped with groans along the roof beams. Banana leaves flapped loose. Rain pounded the tile roof. In his room the oil lamp flickered, the shade holder's shadow trembling like wings. The storm stirred in him unpleasant memories of childhood fever when his mother lay bedridden for a month. He felt his palms grow icy, his chest tighten as if bound by rope. He wanted to run to the teacher's room, to hear a word that would cut that rope, but he paused at the threshold, remembering the teacher had said we may lean on others to light a lamp, but the light that holds the night must come from within. He turned back and sat on his platform, planted his feet on the floor, inhaled slowly to allow his eyes to open wide and see the fear clearly, exhaled long and placed his hand on his belly. Outside, the storm still howled, but a thin internal thread slipped free from its latch. He recalled the image of roof leaks. One cannot stop the rain, but one can place a basin in the right spot. Breath is that basin. He sat through 3 rounds of lightning, through gusts slamming doors, and in the midst of rain's roar he distinctly heard a tiny hush, like the hole in a flute. Out of that gap breath passed, giving rise to a melody warm enough to keep the night from being too long. When morning came, he walked into the courtyard and saw fallen leaves strewn like a thank you note. The teacher stood looking at the sky, now opening after the storm, and asked, "What lesson did last night's storm teach you?" The monk said, "I understand more how to place the basin correctly under the leak." The teacher nodded. "No one can stop the rain from falling. What you can learn is how not to have the water sweep your whole house away." The days that followed brought a small conflict that shook the young monk's mind more than he expected. A disagreement with a fellow disciple over the schedule for cleaning the monastery. The friend believed the young monk had forgotten his share. The young monk thought the friend was mistaken. All that morning, they avoided each other. In his mind, the young monk lined up defenses, arguments forming a row of shields before his chest. But as noon neared and he heard the bell calling them to meal, he realized those shields were heavier than a basin of water. He wondered, of all those shields, was there any that truly protected him, or were they just rotten pieces of wood he carried out of habit? He drew a long breath down through himself, as if pulling a log out of the flames, stepped close to his friend, and said, "Maybe this morning I was hasty. If I missed my share, I'll make up for it this afternoon." His words were not fully polished, yet he felt a rush of warmth in his cheeks as if someone poured a cool bucket of water over his face. His friend looked at him, smiled, and said, "I might have remembered wrong too. Let's just clean together this afternoon and get it done." As they washed the porch side by side, they joked about trivial things. Soap bubbles drifted in small patches, glinting under the sunlight. He wrote that incident into his notebook, naming it, "A small bow that lightens an entire day." He realized that sometimes bowing is also an exhalation. When you exhale fully, your neck softens, your shoulders drop, your eyes soften. Half the battle inside the mind dissolves immediately. One midday, he received a letter from home. His mother's handwriting was shaky. His father had a lingering cough. The harvest season was approaching, and at home there remained only his mother and younger sibling. As he read, his breath stumbled as though over a stone in a stream. Many thoughts crowded for release. Perhaps he should ask the teacher's permission to return. Perhaps he would abandon his monastic work. Perhaps if his father passed away he could not bear it. He sat quietly for a long time, knees touching, looking out the doorway at dust motes drifting like flour particles in the kitchen light. The teacher came and placed a hand on the young monk's shoulder. The touch was composed, like the still surface of a well. The teacher said, "Go home to see your father. But before you depart, sit firmly with 3 whole breaths. Do not carry a wind in your heart to your home and make your home more stormy." The young monk heeded him. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply down to his back, exhaled long out to his fingertips. After 3 cycles, a path appeared. Not the dusty path outside with wooden stakes, but a path within his belly, one step placed after another. He packed a few clothes, carried his notebook, and walked through 3 villages, across an old wooden bridge, past rice fields in the early flowering stage. He reached home as shadows lengthened. His father was coughing when he arrived, but seeing his son, he smiled. That smile broke away a thin mist that had been coating the corner of the kitchen. The young monk stayed for 3 days, in the morning preparing porridge, at midday helping his mother weed in the fields, in the afternoon fanning his father. In every task he uttered a small flame from his breath. Because of that, he was not led away by worry. On the third night, standing in the yard, he watched fireflies blinking like tiny lights forgotten by the wind. In his heart something was strangely peaceful, as though something misplaced had finally been set down properly. The next morning, he greeted his parents, promised to return during harvest, and returned to the monastery with feet no longer heavy. The teacher asked after his home. The young monk replied, "All is more peaceful than I imagined." And what made it so was not that everything had turned out perfectly, but that within him he startled less at what was not as he wished. Autumn arrived quietly, like a gentle exhalation. Golden leaves of the copper trees dotted the ground. His brown robe dried on a pole smelled faintly of sunlight. The teacher taught him to brew tea, not to make exquisite tea, but to understand how a drop of boiling water converses with leaves. He told him, "Heat the water just to boiling, not too fiercely. Lift the lid so the first steam is like a greeting. Place the leaves. Pour the water as if pouring a short stream through a narrow valley. Set down the kettle and count your heartbeat to 10. Pour the first cup into a sharing bowl. Smell its fragrance as a breath just passed through weariness." The young monk did as told, finding that each gesture ceased to be a mere movement and rather became a series of soft touches between his hand and the world. The tea tasted bitter momentarily, then sweetened, like a story hard to hear but ending warmly. The teacher said, "Do not search for calm at day's end. Seek it in the pouring of water and the lifting of the lid. When your hand knows how to pause in just the right place, the mind will settle in exactly the right place." Another day the village held a lantern releasing ceremony by the river. People set square paper lanterns with small candles afloat on the water. Children ran excitedly. Adults prayed. Standing on the riverbank, the young monk offered no petition. He simply breathed and watched. Suddenly he understood more. The lantern is not what travels, the water carries it. So it is with breath and mind. The breath is a small boat on which the mind may ride across noisy stretches of river. An old woman nearby dropped her lantern onto the grass. He picked it up, relit the candle, and set it onto the water. She smiled. A smile of one who has cried much but whose tears have learned to stay in place. He wrote in his notebook that some lanterns are extinguished yet can shine again if relit by another flame, and that his breath might be that small flame if he guards it from the wind. When harvest season came, he asked permission to return home for a week. Standing amidst fields of golden rice, the fragrance rose like the lid lifting off a pot of fresh rice. Every swing of the sickle was an exhale. Every tying of a bundle was an inhale. Sweat poured down his back like hurried script written in brown on paper. At evening his shoulders were weary but his mind light like a leaf. That night he slept outdoors, listening to insects weaving a thin cloth of sound over the house. He realized that labor does not drain one when done in the rhythm of one's breath, rather than the impetus of worry. He brought that insight back to the monastery as one carries a warm cake to the hearth, sharing it with fellow disciples in meals. Sweeping the yard, even in the moments one must face a long rainy day when clothes cannot dry. Once the teacher became slightly ill, voice husky and coughing. The monastery's work burden grew heavier on all shoulders. The young monk was entrusted with assigning tasks to a small group. At first, he struggled. In his mind, complicated diagrams like spider webs formed. He almost turned a simple matter into a complex problem with too many unknowns. But in that moment he remembered the potter's wheel and the heart at its center. He paused, inhaled, and chose one task to start. Who would fetch water? Who would prepare the guest room? Who would cook porridge for the teacher? 3 arrows planted firmly into 3 points. The web vanished. Seeing him calm, others grew calm too. That afternoon the teacher's cough eased. He sat leaning on the porch, watching his student manage without losing pace, and said, "When you can breathe in your center, you will place each person where they need to stand. That is how you help without doing it for them." One evening after chanting, a strange man arrived at the monastery. His clothes were dusty, as if he had walked over a long stretch of gravel. He sat down on a straw mat. His eyes were red, as though he had been crying or had drunk. He said his mind had been restless for many months, work undone, marital strife, children afraid. When he raised his voice, he had heard there was someone here who taught how to breathe. He did not know if breathing could heal a life tangled like threads. The teacher smiled and said, "Sit upright. Place your hand on your belly. You do not need to believe, just try." He motioned to the young monk, who sat beside the stranger just as he once sat beside himself on a stormy night. He did not explain. They simply breathed together. A slow inhale, a long exhale. After 3 rounds, the man suddenly exhaled loudly, like someone taking a burden off his back. His eyes softened, and he said simply, "All this while I have forgotten the easiest thing." The teacher smiled and said, "It is easy, but no one remembers it, because everyone thinks only difficult things are worthy of their suffering." The man stayed overnight at the monastery. The next morning he departed early, leaving a promise to return with his wife. The young monk stood at the gate, watching him go, realizing what he had learned was not a secret art, but simply the way to set down a heavy load instead of carrying it over a mountain. And the strange thing is, when people set things down together, the sound of earth receiving burden becomes very light. 5 years passed like a river, long and calm. The young monk grew up through ordinary days, his sole study being how to return to breathing whenever his head flared up or his heart smoked. He collected images: the still well, the lotus leaf, the rooted Bodhi tree, the bell, potter's wheel, teapot, lanterns, harvest, apology, and strung them like a chain inside his heart. No one saw it, but every time his hand touched a bead, a memory trembled. He came to understand that practicing one dharma is not rigidly holding one posture, but carrying that same presence into every posture: sitting, walking, standing, speaking, laughing, crying. The farther he traveled, the more he saw that this dharma does not belong to any place or ritual. It only needs a body and a breath in and out. One evening, in the fine drizzle, he sat on the porch listening to raindrops on bamboo leaves. He felt life itself was already enough music. One only needs to be quiet long enough to hear it. And when he heard, he would see his mind clean, like opening a window to let the morning breeze pass through a room. Without sweeping anything, the damp smell was gone. In that room, everything stood in its right place. The cup was a cup. A sorrow was a sorrow. A joy was a joy, both passing through without dragging him along. He closed his notebook, laid it by his pillow, exhaled deeply. Darkness entered the courtyard like a quiet guest, and in the silence that had just arisen he knew he had learned the most important thing. There is a very short path from the chest to the belly, from belly to feet, from feet to earth, and if one steps toward that path with one breath, the mind becomes instantly clear, like a mirror just wiped clean of night's dew. One afternoon, the village floor radiated soft sunlight. After sweeping the monastery grounds, the young monk joined the teacher to visit an old man who rowed ferry across the river and had invited them days before. The wooden boat lay tilted on the sand, its cracks showing hints of pine resin. The river moved slowly. The tide was going down. The teacher said, "Today we won't talk much about breathing. Let us cross a stretch of river so you can see that the breath is the oar." The old man's smile was kind, like wood touching wood. The 3 of them launched the boat. The young monk sat at the bow, the teacher in the middle, the old man at the stern rowing. The current nudged the hull. The water rubbing against the side whispered like someone reciting an old verse. He looked to both banks lined with reeds and distant houses. The teacher said, "If you row vigorously from impatience, the bow will shake and water will splash. If you stop entirely, the boat will drift aimlessly. You must row with an even rhythm, like a chest breathing in and out properly. The young monk took hold of the oar. His first stroke was clumsy, water splashing on his sleeves. The second stroke slower. On the third, it matched the beat of his heartbeat. He suddenly felt something simple yet often overlooked. When the mind is tangled, the hand is tangled as well. When the hand attains rhythm, the heart settles accordingly. Mid-river, a bamboo raft carrying bundles of wood was stuck in water hyacinth. The raft's helmsman frowned in frustration. The teacher signaled to pause. The monk did not leap in to pull immediately. He first inhaled deeply, gently observing where the rope snagged, where the hyacinth clung, before plunging in to loosen each clump. The river's water was cool, speaking calm counsel. Within a few minutes, the raft was freed. The helmsman bowed to thank them. In his chest, the monk felt a layer settle, like wiping a layer of fine dust from glass. The teacher looked over the water and said, "Sometimes you need not look for more techniques. Just maintain the rhythm of the oar with the rhythm of breath, and each knot will untie itself." The boat landed on the opposite shore. They rested beneath a banyan tree whose canopy spread like a large hand. Breeze carried the scent of dry earth and birds calling to their young. The old man poured water of clear herb tea. He said, "In youth I often rushed like burning coals. Now in old age I understand haste only makes the river longer." The young monk tucked that saying quietly in his heart, like slipping a smooth pebble into a shirt pocket so that if he later got lost, he could feel it and remember the way. Night returned to the monastery. The wind changed direction, bringing on the chill of early season. The kitchen's lights glowed steadily. Everyone ready to cook porridge to give to poor families in the neighborhood. The young monk was assigned to stoke the fire. Fire is a sensitive being. If one blows too fast, it flares then dies. If one blows absent-mindedly, it dwindles. He sat askew, used a bamboo tube to blow in rhythm with his breath. Inhale counting 1 deeply. Exhale counting 2 long. The flame obeyed like a gentle child. Wisps of smoke, no longer stinging the eyes, rose quietly, fragrant like fresh straw. A fellow disciple arrived carrying a pot of rice and accidentally dropped a few grains on the floor. He hastened to apologize. The young monk waved it off with a smile and picked up each grain to return to the pot. Each grain of rice was like a fragment of time needing to be placed exactly in its slot. From outside the porch, the teacher observed and said, "Fire can cook porridge, and fire can also cook the heart. If you breathe to keep the flame just right, both the pot and the heart ripen together." The porridge gently came to a simmer. They ladled it into warm banana leaf bowls. The young monk carried a basket to distribute. He came to the house of a widowed woman whose child cried at night. The child stared at the basket, clung to the mother's hem. The young monk sat at the child's level. He did not speak immediately. He just breathed gently and smiled. After a long moment, the child released the mother and accepted a wooden spoon. Its eyes fluttered like a bird learning to perch. The young monk realized that sometimes breath is not to teach oneself, but to teach another's fear, by language that needs no words. Leaving the woman's house, he passed a narrow alley where gourd vines drooped over his head. Moonlight filtered in broken pieces across the ground. The night was quiet, but that quiet was no longer silence born of absence, but silence held within. The next morning, a team came to repair the temple roof. A few tiles were broken and a rafter had rotted and needed replacement. The teacher told him to climb up and help. The young monk ascended a ladder, hands on the beams, placing each foot as though laying down letters carefully on a line of text. From that height, the tiles revealed a panorama of blue sky and drifting clouds that looked like sheep. The master craftsman handed him a wooden hammer, warning that each strike must wait a moment. If you hammer incessantly, the wood complains. If you wait, the wood speaks back. He tried. His first strike was off the rhythm of his heartbeat. The second one matched. He heard the hollow old wood and the dense sound of the rotted part. That difference was like the difference between a thought truly from one's being and a thought merely echoing fear. Once the rafter was replaced, he sat for a moment to breathe atop the roof. Wind passed over his ears, cooling. A child's kite flew overhead. The string was taut, yet the kite floated freely. The teacher looked up and said, "The string is discipline. The wind is circumstance. The breath is the hand holding the string. If your hand knows how to listen to the wind, the kite can fly far without breaking the string." The young monk smiled, realizing that in life sprang up countless silent teachers, from a rotted beam to a child's kite. Then one day the man who had visited the monastery returned, accompanied by his wife and their daughter whose hair was tied in 2 little pigtails. They still bore marks of fatigue, but their eyes were brighter than before. They asked to stay for 2 days to learn how to sit quietly. The teacher asked the young monk to look after the little girl. She said she feared darkness and often dreamt of a black dog chasing her. At night, when the lights went out, she would cry. The monk led her out into the courtyard. That night, the moon was waning and the stars thick as salt dust. He told her, "We do not chase darkness away. We only light a lamp inside, so the darkness outside cannot enter." She asked, "Where is that lamp?" He placed his hand onto her chest and said, "It is here." He sat next to her and showed her how to breathe using her hand. Inhale and feel the hand on the belly rise. Exhale and feel it fall. They did this 5 times. Then he said, "Now open your eyes wide and count to 3. Darkness dislikes people who can count, but it hates people in panic." She giggled and said darkness must be lazy. That night, when the room lights went out, she tossed a little then fell asleep. In the morning she ran to the courtyard and told him that the black dog no longer chased her. It sat at a distance and watched her. The monk stroked her head, smelled the faint scent of sunlit hair, and felt as though he peered through a small door into a hidden garden. Behind that door lay a very simple path for someone small, but the lesson for adults was exactly the same: less fear, less darkness. As winter edged in, the village held the funeral of an old blacksmith. The hammer's ring once represented the life pulse of that lane. The young monk and teacher went to pay respects. In the blacksmith's home was an old forge bowl in a corner, ashes still black, and the faint odor of heated iron lingering in the wood. The widow wept in silence, her sons thin and somber. The teacher stood quietly for a long time without speaking, placing both hands before his chest, breathing very slowly. The monk realized the teacher was inviting everyone into a shared silence, not imposed silence, but silence to feel the presence of the one who had passed. It was not silence to cover sorrow with a cloak. Leaving that home, the teacher said, "Learn to breathe along with grief, not push it away, because if you push it away, it will return. Keep your breath like an open window. Let the wind come and go." The monk remembered his stormy night, the basin placed properly under the leak, and nodded inwardly. From that day on, whenever someone in the village faced sorrow, they would call the young monk, not for wise words, but to sit and breathe together. Gradually he understood that often help lies not in explanation, but in holding steady rhythm for the whole room. Sometimes the monastery needed a runner to go into the city to buy old books. The teacher told him, "The city has many calls, signs, promises. Remember to bring your 3 breaths whenever you feel lost." He boarded a bus. The horns blared. People spoke all around. Smells of gasoline, smoke, fried cakes mingled. He hugged his cloth bag, rested his head against the cool glass window, closed his eyes, and took a long inhale, counting his imaginary steps to prevent the city's pace from tearing him apart. At the bus stop, he walked under trees whose leaves cast mottled squares of light on the sidewalk. He reached the old bookstore and sat in a corner before a mountain of yellowing covers. He opened them, inhaling the scent of time. He picked 20 books. Only then did he discover his wallet, tucked in his shirt. was missing, apparently taken on the bus. Panic stirred in his stomach. His ears heated as though by a hot wind. He gripped the strap of his bag as though clutching a log in a river. Then he remembered one sure thing he still had, his breath. He left the shop, leaned against a tree, inhaled deeply and allowed his eyes to see the fear clearly. He exhaled long and loosened his hands. He inhaled again and felt his feet remain rooted. He exhaled again and noticed the horns had receded further away. After 3 rounds, his heartbeat slowed. He returned to the shop and explained the situation to the owner. The old man frowned after a moment, then said, "Return these books. When you have money, come again." The monk bowed thanks and left the shop. Outside, the air felt cooler. He understood that he had lost money but not balance. The most precious lesson of the day was placing a disruption in its proper box, not letting it roam the mind and break all the other cups. On his return, the teacher heard the story and laughed gently, saying, "The city is a breathing test at high speed. If you pass it without dropping yourself, you've passed." That evening the two of them walked to a rice field after harvest. The stubble left behind, the scent of earth in the fading light resembled that of a freshly baked cake. The teacher picked up a straw, broke it in two. The crack was faint, yet the monk heard it like a reminder. Everything has a breaking point when pressed too hard. Breath also has a limit if you use it as a tool for force. Use it like a friend, when needed. Sit with it, when tired. Rest with it. That night the monk laid a mat under the porch, rested his head on his hands, and gazed at the stars. Each star was like a little hole in the cloak of night through which light seeps from beyond. He breathed and asked himself what lay on the other side. The question came and went like a bird learning to fly, finally resting on the roof to sleep. He smiled, for in his heart he needed less the answer, and more the presence to sit with the question. From that day on, whenever someone asked him for a method to instantly cleanse the mind, he told a string of images instead of a lecture. The still water in a bucket and the moon's reflection in the well. The lotus leaf that holds no dew. The Bodhi tree's roots. The bell and the silence before the bell. Fire that breathes just enough. Or strokes matching heart rhythm. A potter's wheel listening to the hand. A kite flown by a hand that hears the wind. Lanterns on the river carried by water. A ripe harvest by the rhythm of the sickle. Storms with the basin in the right place. A child who stops being afraid by learning to count and learning to breathe. A city that returns a person unfallen even when one's wallet is lost. And finally he says, if you want to clear the tangle in your mind right now, just sit or stand. Either is fine. Place a hand on your belly and take 3 full breaths. The first round to know where you are. The second to return what does not belong to you to the wind. The third to find in yourself a space just big enough to hold this very day without it spilling over. When you open your eyes, you will see the same world, but in a different light. As though a window has just been wiped clean. There is no magic here. Only the most honest work a person can do for oneself. To be present in one's breath in this very moment. And that is the secret older than all secrets. The secret of those who row the river but do not make it ripple more than necessary. The next afternoon, the clouds stretched thin like silk, pulled from one hillside across to the mountain range beyond. Sunlight scattered in long streaks over the dirt road that led into the pine forest. The master told the young novice to follow him into the woods to gather some herbs for an old man's cough, and at the same time to learn another lesson about listening through the breath. At first, the forest path was easy, covered with soft soil and a carpet of fallen leaves. But the deeper they went, the more the roots rose up like sleeping snakes, ready to trip anyone who was not paying attention. The master walked slowly, like someone reading an old book, pausing now and then to study animal tracks or to pick up a small blue feather. The novice followed quietly, feeling light inside yet filled with a silent respect. In the forest, the sound of the wind was not just wind. It was the fine needles of thousands of leaves brushing against each other. It was insects rearranging their schedules. It was the gentle crack of a bamboo shoot splitting open. The master stopped beneath a tall pine tree and told the novice to stand there and breathe with the tree. Not to breathe for the tree, but to breathe as the tree. That meant to inhale as if growing a little taller in the mind, and to exhale as if sending imaginary roots a little deeper into the earth. The novice closed his eyes and tried. The first breath pounded against his chest like someone knocking impatiently at a door. The second breath was calmer. By the third, he felt a subtle string stretched along his spine. Just tight enough. The wind slipped through his robe but did not make him cold. For coldness only comes when the mind wants to run away from the wind. When he opened his eyes, the pine forest was no longer just a green mass. It was countless individual trunks, each rough in its own way, each patch of moss its own shade of green. The master pointed to a circle of fallen needles around the tree and said this was the pine's clock. Each circle told of a passing season of wind. Your breath also has its seasons. If you can recognize and choose the right season for work, you will not have to struggle against the weather inside yourself. Then the master picked a few leaves of the herb, showing the novice how to store them and remember their scents. On the way back, the sunlight broke through the leaves, turning into little fish swimming on the ground. They walked silently through a clearing where a flat rock stood like a table. The master placed his hand on the stone and whispered, "Some lessons are as thick as stone. A lifetime of study cannot wear them down. One such lesson is learning how to breathe when it feels impossible to breathe, when you are angry, when you are afraid, when you are ashamed, when you are mocked, when you have lost something. At such times, people often force big breaths to forget. But big breaths are only sighs. They do not return to you. You must breathe softly yet deeply, like underground water flowing through the earth, silent but nourishing an entire forest." The novice pressed that sentence into his memory as though writing on the stone inside his heart with the tip of a finger, no ink, but never fading. By the time they reached the foot of the mountain, the sky was already leaning toward evening. Smoke from cooking fires in the village stretched thin like threads. The novice handed the herbs to the master, then carried the small clay pot back to the kitchen. He boiled water and placed the leaves inside. The steam rose with the fresh smell of grass after rain. The old man coughed less, his eyes moist yet warm, and said, "Tonight I think I will finally sleep." The novice felt his chest settle like a freshly tidied room. Everything was in its place. Nothing was pushing forward. Only the breath passed through, like a gentle host checking whether the doors were closed. The fire put out, and the lamps turned low. At dusk, the master sat on the porch sipping tea. He called the novice out and said, "Tomorrow the temple will welcome a group of children from the village school. You will guide them around the garden, the kitchen, the well, and the bell, and you will teach them a breathing game. But remember, the game is not for showing off. It is for them to discover their own sound." The novice nodded. That night, he lay awake, thinking of the children, and felt a joy like a small lamp in a place where no wind could reach. In the morning, the children arrived in numbers, their footsteps tapping on the brick yard, their eyes round like little seeds. The novice gathered them around the well and told a story about how the water turned cloudy when stirred but became clear again when left alone. Then he asked each child to place a hand on the belly, close the eyes, and count 3 breaths. It did not need to be long, only long enough to feel the belly like a small drum beating softly. The quick ones opened their eyes first and giggled. The shy ones opened later, smiling gently. He led them to the Bodhi tree and told the story of deep roots and strong winds. Then to the kitchen, where he spoke of steady fire. Then to the porch, where he spoke of the bell and the silence around it. At the end, he asked them all to stand still for a short moment, to listen to the leaves somewhere nearby, and to the sound of the master's steps returning from afar. Then the group scattered to eat sticky rice, flying into each other like a flock of sparrows. The master said, "That was a good lesson. You did not speak much, But the children spoke with their eyes. That is the sign the game reached its place. The morning passed quickly. By afternoon, a man came from the town to seek advice about his failed business. He spoke of debts, of betrayal by friends, of his heart like a broken marketplace. The master let him speak, then told him to sit and breathe. At first the man laughed and said, "Master, my debts are debts of money, not debts of breath." The master smiled and said, "That is true, but if you try to pay money with a tangled mind, you will sign the wrong paper and fall into another trap. Breath will not pay your debts, but it will return you to the clarity needed to see the numbers correctly." The novice was signaled to sit beside him, and they breathed with the man for 3 rounds. When he stood, the man spoke less and listened more. The master gave him 3 tasks. Call back the 3 people he needed to call. Write down the 3 expenses he needed to cut, and sleep well before signing anything. The man nodded, bowed, and left. The novice saw that even the most complicated situations became less so when a person was no longer starved of breath. To be poor in breath is to be poor in vision, and to be poor in vision is to be poor in escape. That evening, a fine mist of rain covered the temple like smoke. Crickets chirped in steady rhythm. The master told the novice about his early days in the temple, when he was impatient and quick to anger. Back then, he said, "I thought cleaning the mind was like cleaning a warehouse, carrying out each box of thoughts one by one. Later I learned the clutter vanished in a single night when I left the windows open long enough for the wind to pass through. As for the boxes of thoughts, if needed, I could simply label them and put them neatly on the shelves. No need to carry them away." The novice laughed, for in his heart he could see a room with neatly labeled boxes. A box named anger, a box named fear, a box named memory, a box named desire, a box named laziness, a box named hurry, all of them still there. None thrown out, but none screaming anymore, because the owner of the house was finally home. The next day, the novice asked the master for permission to enter the forest alone for one morning, to try walking as someone who had already learned the first lesson. The master nodded and told him to carry a light raincoat, a bottle of water, and 3 breaths in reserve for whenever he forgot the way. The novice went into the woods by the familiar path, past the tall pine tree, past the flat rock, past the patch where bamboo shoots grew. Suddenly, the sky opened and rain poured down. It was the first rain of the season, cool like the greeting of someone not seen in a long time. He stood beneath the trees, his thin raincoat keeping him dry enough. He sat on a small mound of earth, took a sip from his bottle, and listened to the rain on the leaves, the trickles of water running beside the path. He thought of times in his life when sudden rain had made him running until he no longer knew where he was running to. But now he realized that simply standing still was also a kind of movement, a movement from confusion to clarity. When the rain ended, sunlight washed the earth into a new kind of brightness. He stood up and walked on, and soon found a fallen beehive on the side of the path. A few stray bees circled it, as though searching for a new doorway. He stood at a safe distance, breathing calmly so as not to send out the signal of panic. The bees did not fly toward him, only circled around the pieces of wax. A very simple truth revealed itself. Sometimes safety does not come from building more fences, but from not releasing the scent of fear. Fear is an invitation to the bees. Steady breath is an invitation for them to leave. That evening, when he returned to the temple, the kitchen was preparing dinner. The smell of fried tofu mixed with scallions filled the air. The sound of a wooden spoon striking a pan was like light rain on bamboo leaves. The meal itself was simple, but it was special because everyone ate slowly, chewing carefully. The master said eating this way was a form of meditation, because it taught one to listen to small things, and a person who knows how to listen to small things will not miss the larger ones. Night fell quickly, and the sky was so clear that every star could be counted. The novice lay on his wooden bed, thinking of the long day as though it were a slow-motion film. From the forest to the village, from the kitchen to the porch, all of it was like a single thread, unbroken, tied together by one knot, his breath. The next morning, the master told him that in a few months he would be assigned to guide the beginner meditation class held every Saturday evening. Not to turn anyone into a monk, but so that each person could have a steady seat inside their own house when the winds of life rose. The novice felt his heart beat faster, a beat of joy, but joy too can lift someone away from the ground if there is no breath. He breathed, smiled, and accepted the task. On those Saturday evenings, the temple lights were lit early, and people from the village filled the hall. A farmer with calloused hands, a young teacher with tired eyes from grading papers, an old woman trembling from age, a young man nursing heartbreak, even a small child who could talk but not yet write. The novice began each class exactly as the master had instructed, always 3 breaths first, to bring everyone into one shared room. Then a small story, about a well, a lotus leaf, or a bell. Then 10 minutes with eyes closed. Then 10 minutes of slow walking with eyes open. Then one question for everyone to hear the answer from within themselves. The class always ended in silence instead of applause. People left later than usual, but felt the night shorter, because the weight inside them had lessened. Some said all they learned was placing a hand on their belly. But doing that each night made them less irritable during the week, less forgetful, less likely to drop dishes. The novice was glad, for he knew the lesson had reached where it needed to go, not on his lips, but into their kitchens, their dining tables, and their beds. One late evening after class, the master called him to the porch and handed him a small cloth bag. Inside was an old bell that once hung in the ancestral hall. The master said, "This bell has stayed with me for a long time. Now let it stay with you, so your hand may grow familiar. But remember, a thing is only a thing. The true sound is within you. That is what must be trained." The novice received it, holding the bell in his palm, hearing its soft, long echo, like a single thread of silk. He understood then that his quiet path was no longer only his. Others were beginning to walk with him, and responsibility, light yet warm, lay on his shoulders like a new woolen sweater. That night he slept early, and dreamed he was standing in a misty field, holding a small lantern. Behind him were others holding lanterns too. Their lights joined into a stream, no lantern outshining another. The mist parted, not because of one great flame, but because countless small flames stood close enough together to make a day. In the morning, he told the dream to the master. The master smiled and said, "That is the dream of breath when it learns the word together." Together does not mean gathering into a crowd to be louder. It means standing close, to be still more deeply. From then on, whenever anyone asked him which Buddhist practice could immediately clear the mind, he would simply invite them to sit, place a hand on the belly, and breathe together. He told less, did more, letting the silence after 3 breaths speak the rest. And so, day after day, when the sun first opened its eyes behind the trees, the novice stepped onto the porch. He inhaled as though greeting the day, and exhaled as though setting the day in its proper place. The world remained noisy in its own way, but within him was a river that had learned to be still even while moving, a mirror that had learned to stay clear even with passing clouds, a flame that had learned to stay warm even when small, and a person who had learned to tidy his inner room by returning to the simplest act of all, the first breath. One morning in March, the wind shifted seasons, carrying the scent of grapefruit blossoms mixed with mist. The master told the novice to come with him down the mountain to visit an old carpenter who had fallen ill. The dirt road crossed through young grass still wet with dew, each step a soft and steady breath. The master said, "Today I will not teach you anything new. We will only go see what the world itself is teaching." The carpenter's house leaned against a grove of bamboo. The yard was scattered with sawdust and wooden logs waiting to become chairs. The old man coughed, then smiled, saying his hands now trembled but his eyes were still sharp. He placed a thin wooden plank into the novice's hand and told him to try listening to the wood with his breath. The novice placed his palm on the grain, inhaled gently to feel its smoothness, exhaled slowly to hear the whisper of the years running beneath its skin. Soon he discovered that the plank had living spots and dead spots. The living spots were where the blade would pass smoothly, like water flowing. The dead spots were where the blade must go slowly, lest the wood break. The old man smiled and said, "People are like that too. When you speak from the living place within you, your words become a bridge. When you speak from the dead place, your words become a knife." The novice nodded, not writing it down with letters, but pressing it into memory with the rhythm of his breath through his hand. Leaving the carpenter's house, they walked past newly planted rice fields, the wind rippling over the shining water. A young woman sat in the mud, pulling leeches from her legs. She looked up and said her head had been spinning lately, from debt for fertilizer and from unseasonable rains. The master did not comfort her with long words. He simply told her to stand, straighten her back, and breathe 3 rounds as if pulling in a light fishing net from the shore. She did as he said. Her eyes softened, and she smiled, saying those few seconds felt like drinking a glass of cool water. The master said, "Then drink that cool water many times each day. Your debts will remain, but you will still have hands to count, eyes to see, and a stomach to endure." The young woman bowed in thanks, then bent again to her work, but her movements were slower, more steady. The novice saw in that moment a very small answer to a very large question people often asked him: how to clear the mind immediately. He understood then that clearing does not mean sweeping everything away, but returning each thing to its right place with a single, steady breath. That same afternoon, a group of visitors arrived at the temple. Among them was a young man who walked restlessly, his eyes burning with the fire of youth while his mouth tasted bitter. As if fresh from an argument, he asked the master for a lesson that would quiet his head immediately, for work had pressed against his throat. The master handed him an empty bowl and told him to fill it at the well and bring it back without spilling a drop. The young man hurried off, but before he even crossed the yard, the water rippled and wet the rim. The master told him to try again, this time more slowly. The young man nodded, lowered his shoulders, took smaller, steadier steps, and fixed his gaze on the surface of the water instead of the outer gate. He returned with the bowl intact. The master asked what he had learned. The young man said, "I cannot walk fast when the goal is to keep the surface of the water safe." The master replied, "Your head is also a bowl of water. When the goal is to keep it full and clear, you cannot rush through life like someone running away." The young man froze for a moment, then laughed as though he had just found something he had dropped into his pocket long ago. He sat for a long while on the porch, breathing. When he finally stood to leave, he asked for no more lessons, but only said, "I think I know what to do with tomorrow." The novice watched him go and realized something simple. Many people do not come seeking a mountain of words. They only need a bowl of water to see their own reflection steady again. That empty bowl had done its duty as a mirror. Then came a test to see whether the novice truly lived by his breath in hardship, or only spoke of it in peace. One day, the temple's precious ceramic jar was chipped when he accidentally knocked it while sweeping. The sound of the crack was small, yet it cut through his chest like a thin blade. The glance of a friend nearby flashed with blame. In his head, excuses rushed forward like firemen. He almost said the wind was strong, or the floor was slippery. But then he heard a faint bell from within. He stopped, inhaled slowly, exhaled long, and said, "I am sorry. My hand was hasty. I will find a way to mend it." The friend sighed, the sharpness gone, and replied, "I was hasty too. I did not catch it." Together they picked up the pieces, glued them, and painted the crack with a thin line of gold in the Japanese way of mending pottery. That evening, the master looked at the jar and said, "A crack breathed through can become a line of beauty. A mistake breathed through can become a memory. What matters is not hiding, but placing, not forgetting, but setting it in the right place. And the right place is the breath." From then on, the novice no longer feared cracks in his day as if they were monsters. He treated them as places to draw golden lines, reminders of what he had learned that day. There were nights when the temple was still, and the sound of insects was the thin cloak of the evening. The novice sat with the master, listening to stories from when the master had traveled far. The master said, "There were days I walked through cities where people moved so fast they had no time to look into each other's eyes. At those times, I would stand beneath the porch of a small shop and breathe to count people, not with numbers, but with presence. A person who passes by with presence is like a boat gliding, leaving the water calm. A person who passes without presence is like a broken vessel, splashing water everywhere, soaking others around." The novice's heart softened as he listened, then remembered how often he himself had become a broken vessel, because of one harsh message, or one careless criticism. He promised himself that next time someone spoke a rough word, instead of tensing, he would stand inside himself as if standing under that porch, watching the rain pass, waiting for the road to dry before moving on. Another morning, under cloudy skies, the novice went to help light the kitchen fire. A small boy from the village came with his mother to ask for food. The child was thin, his eyes large and wet like glass beads. He stood silently, staring at the bowls lined on the wooden bench. The novice filled one bowl with hot porridge and handed it to him. The boy's hands trembled with haste, almost spilling. The novice placed his own hand over the boy's and said, "Slow down. Let us breathe 3 times first. Then eat." The boy looked at him as if discovering a new game, then did as he was told. The porridge did not spill. After eating, the child sat beside him and asked why breathing helped with things like that. The novice answered, "Because breathing helps the hands remember the body. When the hands remember the body, they drop less. When the head remembers the body, it tangles less." The boy nodded very seriously, then ran off to find his mother. The novice watched his thin back disappear, and felt like a river had become clearer after a small rain. He knew the morning's lesson was not only for children, but for himself, every time he touched a task that was too hot. Another time, a group of travelers carrying goods took shelter from the rain at the temple. One pregnant woman crouched in pain after the long road, and panic broke out. The master said, "Do whatever must be done, but do it as if breathing." The novice ran to fetch warm water. Another went to call a nurse. Others held up tarps. In the middle of the chaos, he reminded himself to breathe, so he did not pour more water into the boiling pot. Minutes later, the nurse arrived. The pain eased, and the rain stopped. The woman sat up, weary but smiling. The master said, "Every storm teaches 2 things. No one is stronger than a single breath, and no one is alone in the rain." That night, the novice sat a long time beneath the porch, replaying each of his movements, grateful that they had been timely and right. He felt a thread stretching from his breath to the breath of others, like sparks joining to form one circle of warmth. Then came the day when the master told him to prepare for a journey up the high mountain, to visit a hermit monk living in a small hut. The mountain road was long and rocky, and the weather dry. The novice carried rice, salt, and a warm robe. By midday, his feet blistered, his throat dry, and the thought of giving up crept in like a cat. He stopped beneath a tree, laid down his pack, placed his hands on his knees, and breathed as if lowering a heavy weight to rest. He remembered the lesson of rowing boats with steady heartbeats, remembered the spinning potter's wheel with the center held still, remembered the bell and the silence before it rang. Suddenly, the slope ahead no longer looked like a wall but a sequence of steps he could place one by one. By evening he reached the hut. The old monk sat by the doorway, watching the clouds drift. He asked nothing, only handed the novice a bowl of spring water. The water was cold, like truth unblended. The novice drank, and his weariness unraveled like a thread pulled from a cloth. The old monk asked, "What have you brought?" The novice bowed and said, "I brought rice, salt, and my breath." The monk nodded. "That is enough." That night, though the fog was heavy, the novice slept warm, wrapped not in woven cloth but in the peace of having set down a heavy pack. In the morning, the clouds rolled like milk, and the sun pushed its rays through the leaves. The old monk pointed to his chest and said, "Your home is here, not in the temple, not in the hut, not in the mountain, not in the lowlands. You carry home wherever you go. When you forget to breathe, you forget the way home." The novice stood still, then folded his hands, knowing he had just received a key without teeth, yet able to open every door. On his way down, he walked faster than when he had climbed, not because the path was easier, but because the stone inside his heart had been lifted. From that journey onward, he opened the Saturday evening class with a ritual so simple it was nearly without ritual at all. People came only to sit and breathe. If someone asked for theory, he told a story. If someone asked for a secret, he handed them the empty bowl to fetch water. If someone asked how to handle anger, he led them to the kitchen to tend a fire just right. If someone asked how to work amid noise, he took them to the yard to strike the bell and listen to the silence around it. If someone asked how to stand firm before a decision, he invited them to carry a basin of water across the courtyard without spilling. Week after week, he saw faces slowly brighten, not with the glare of festival lights, but with the quiet glow of embers. And he too found himself changing, less eager to speak, less eager to persuade, more eager to breathe together. The master looked at him and said, "You have understood that people do not need to be led far. They need to be led near." Near means right where they sit, where their chest rises and falls, where their feet touch the tiles. One weekend, after class ended, the novice asked permission to visit his parents. On the road home, he came upon a crowd gathered at a broken bridge. The flood from the night before had carried away half the span. People argued noisily, each offering a solution. The novice did not know how to build bridges. He simply stood still and breathed. After a while, someone suggested placing a bamboo ladder as a temporary crossing, sending people across one by one. The crowd agreed. The bridge was not yet repaired, but the flow of people resumed, carried on the rhythm of calm. As he continued his journey, the novice thought, breath is also such a bamboo ladder, not a permanent bridge, but enough to cross a stormy night, a tangled morning, a restless afternoon, a weary noon, and many ladders, placed side by side, can become a bridge when people patiently practice 3 breaths at the moments they are most needed. That evening, when the novice returned home, his father was coughing less, his mother was less weary, and his younger sibling had grown a little more. During dinner, his father asked what he had been learning all this time. The novice did not tell a long story. He simply said, "I have learned how to tidy my inner room by returning to my first breath." His father was silent, then smiled and said, "Tidying your own room is the hardest work, because no one else can see it." His mother placed a piece of hot fish into his bowl. He ate slowly and thanked her with his eyes. That night, lying in the backyard under a sky full of stars, he thought of the countless people who would pass through his life, and the countless rains that would come. He no longer wished only for sunshine, nor only for gentle people. He wished instead always to have a home to return to, no matter where he stood. He placed a hand on his belly, breathed deeply, and listened to the cricket's song, stretched long like a thread connecting him to those already asleep. He smiled and closed his eyes, knowing that tomorrow, whether it began with the call of a rooster or the honk of a horn, he could still begin with something no one could ever take from him, the act of returning to his first breath. And in that very short moment, the world itself had already changed its light. The next morning, thin clouds hung across the hillside like a dry cloth. The first rays of sunlight filtered through the bamboo, laying soft beams across the old brick yard. The novice carried his broom outside, only to see the master already sitting on the steps, holding a cup of tea steaming like a visible breath. The master said, "Today we will visit an old clockmaker in the lower village. I heard the church clock has been running a few minutes slow for several weeks. Come along, so you may learn how to listen to a kind of time different from the time people usually argue about." The path crossed fields still scented with new straw. The sound of cows grazing was like paper being gently torn. The clockmaker opened his shop door. Inside was the smell of machine oil mixed with old oak. On the walls hung clocks of every kind, each ticking at a different pace, forming a tangled music that, strangely enough, was not unpleasant. He handed the novice a pendulum clock stopped at 3 o'clock and said, "Listen to what it wants." The novice pressed his ear to the wooden case, breathing slowly to release his impatience to fix it quickly. After 2 breaths, he heard a faint click, like a small cough, and saw the pendulum had tilted off by a single millimeter. The old man smiled and said, "Your ears only opened when your belly had settled." The master added, "People say time is gold, but truly, time is breath. When breath is smooth, time no longer drags you away by the hand, but walks beside you like a friend keeping pace." After the church clock was repaired, the old man bowed gratefully and confessed that he had been unable to sleep for months. Each time he lay down, his head scattered like a flock of startled birds. The master gave no long lecture, only told him to place his hands on his belly and count 3 rounds. Each round is a rope pulling your drifting bed back to shore. The man tried it right there in the shop. The birds still flew, but with less panic. The ticking clocks no longer sounded like hail on tin, but like dew drops falling on leaves. He smiled gently and promised he would go to bed early that night. On the way back, the master stopped at a small riverside weaving shop. The loom clacked steadily. The weaver, thin but bright-eyed, said she was preparing cloth for flags for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Her shuttle darted like a small bird. The novice asked how the warp and weft did not tangle. She pointed to her foot on the treadle and said, "Because the foot keeps rhythm for the hands keep rhythm for the eyes, and the breath keeps rhythm for all. If the breath is hurried, the cloth will warp in places the eyes cannot see." The novice listened and thought of the potter's wheel, the boat's oar, and the bowl of water. 3 old friends returning to sit together at one table. That afternoon, the master took him to the riverbank where children were practicing the lion dance. The drumbeat was uneven, making the dragon stumble. The master called the drummer boy over and said, "Breathe, and play one rhythm as the heart of all, not as your own private heart." The boy blushed, inhaled deeply, and the following beats became round and warm. The dragon moved in a smooth, flowing line. The novice laughed, realizing that breath could even become the rhythm of a whole community drum. When the mid-autumn night arrived, lanterns filled the courtyard like a low-hanging constellation. Children ran around the well, while the elders told old stories. The master assigned the novice to watch over the fire where sweet potatoes were roasting. One impatient boy reached his hand into the glowing coals too soon. The novice caught him in time and said, "Try one breath first, then turn the potato." The boy looked puzzled, but obeyed. The potato turned just as its skin turned golden. He shouted with joy, his eyes bright. The story spread like a new game. Everyone began wanting to breathe before turning a potato, before telling a tale, before laughing, before running. The brickyard became a classroom without a blackboard. A few days later, a citrus farmer came to the temple, worried that his crop would fail because rain had knocked blossoms from the trees. He said his head felt like an orchard hollowed by worms. The master told him to lead them to his garden. They walked row by row, standing still at each tree to breathe. After 3 trees, the farmer stopped and asked, "Why do I feel calmer, even though the blossoms are still falling?" The master replied, "Because you have returned to your body. Only a steady body can bear bad news. When your head has no ground to stand on, it takes ground from the trees." The farmer scratched his head, laughed, and said, "From now on, I will breathe at 3 trees each day before thinking of fertilizer and water." The novice looked at the orchard and understood what the master had once said: breath does not repair the world, but it repairs the way we stand in the world. And changing where we stand changes what we see. And changing what we see changes how our hands touch each task of the day. One hot noon, clouds rose like mountains of cotton. The temple received word of a group of guests from town wanting to hear a teaching. Among them was a young woman, a filmmaker with a heavy camera on her shoulder and dark circles under her eyes. She said that lately everything she filmed looked ugly, and she quarreled with colleagues like a kiln overheated. The master did not speak of karma. He told her of an invisible camera placed right behind her breastbone, powered by breath, recording more truthfully than any lens. Each time she breathed with full presence, that camera peeled away an old filter. She laughed skeptically. The master asked the novice to take her to the well. Borrowing her camera, he told her to film something utterly ordinary: the surface of the water and a dipper. "But before you press record, breathe 3 times." She did. When they played it back, the image had a quiet stillness, not polished like an advertisement, but inviting, as though it wanted the viewer to sit beside the well. She stared at the screen, then unconsciously placed her hand on her chest. The next day she sent the temple a short film of children playing in the rain. The sound of raindrops and laughter weaving together without drowning each other out. She wrote, "I have just removed an old filter from my eyes. Thank you for teaching me how to turn on the real camera in the right place." The novice read her letter and thought, clarity can indeed be seen with ordinary eyes, when the one holding the camera pauses long enough for the heart to appear in the frame. Then another test arrived, like life throwing its arm suddenly over one's shoulder. The novice was assigned, with a few friends, to carry an elderly man who had suffered a stroke to the district clinic for rehabilitation. The mountain path was rough. The bamboo stretcher rattled. Sweat poured down their backs. Halfway, a forest rain broke, turning the dirt road into slippery mud. One friend slipped, nearly tipping the stretcher. Panic rose. The novice quickly bent his knees, lowered his body, and shouted for everyone to stop and take one breath together. Strangely, that single shared breath aligned all their bodies into one rhythm. The stretcher steadied. The old man whispered his son's name, his voice trembling but warm. From then on they walked slowly but evenly. Rain pounded on leaves and on their clothes like a pressing drum. Yet no one rushed. At the clinic, the young nurse thanked them and praised the temple's organization. The novice answered, "The true credit belongs to the breath." She smiled, not fully understanding, but waved them farewell. That evening, the master asked, "What did you learn?" The novice replied, "I learned how a group can become one body when tied by an invisible thread of breath." The master nodded and told him, "In the old days, soldiers marched in step not because of fear, but because the ones in front learned to breathe one pace slower, so those behind could keep the same rhythm." Once, a person lost money at the market. Voices clashed, and some accused a young street vendor who had just arrived. The crowd gathered, and sharp words sprouted like thorns. The novice was at the market buying salt when he heard the commotion. He went closer and saw the girl clutching her basket, trembling, her eyes brimming with tears. He did not preach. He only suggested that everyone let her sit down and breathe with him for 2 breaths. It sounded unreasonable, so many resisted, but he borrowed the voice of his master and said, "When someone is afraid, every question sounds like torture. Let her regain her breath first." Luckily, the market chief, who had once visited the temple, nodded. After 2 breaths, Her hands shook less. Her voice steadied. She explained slowly that she had only sold a few ears of corn since morning and had not moved from her place. An old woman spoke up, saying, "I saw her sitting there." Suddenly, the person who had lost the money remembered he had left it in the pocket of a jacket hanging nearby. He searched, found it, and, blushing, took the girl's hand to apologize. The crowd dispersed like clouds after a gust of wind. People murmured praise for the novice's skill. He shook his head and said, "It was the breath that was skillful. I am clumsy." That evening, when he told the story, the master laughed and said, "You have learned to use the common fire in the kitchen to cook an urgent pot of rice. That means you created a silence wide enough in the market for people to put down their knives and use their hands." The dry season came. The water in the well sank low, and the sound of buckets clanging grew louder. In the temple yard stood an old starfruit tree, heavy with fruit that year. Each afternoon the children asked to pick them. The master told the novice to teach them how to pick without hurting the tree. So he held a small lesson, teaching them to place a hand on the trunk and breathe, to feel which branches should be cut and which should remain. He taught them not to yank but to twist each fruit gently 3 times, until the stem released on its own. The children giggled but followed carefully. From then on, no broken branches lay under the tree. The fruit grew thicker, and more birds gathered. The novice understood. When a habit is aligned by the right rhythm of breath, even a tree in the village breathes more easily, and its sweet fruit is the quickest language to acknowledge the change. One quiet morning, when the air was still as paper and the breeze sketched thin lines on the pond, the master called him to the porch. He handed the novice a sheet listing the names of those who would take turns caring for the temple. The master said he wished to make a long journey to visit old hermitages. He said, "The books in the cabinet show you the path, but the footsteps out there show you the true length of it." The master left for a month. During those days, the novice both cared for the temple and led the Saturday night classes. Some evenings only 2 people came. Other nights the porch was crowded. Once, while leading a breathing session, the cat jumped onto the table and knocked down a cup. Everyone burst into laughter. The novice laughed too, then invited them to take one more breath, so the laughter would have a place to rest. Another evening, a farmer struggled to sit still. The novice changed the lesson, asking him to walk slowly around the courtyard and count his steps. After 5 rounds, the man's brow eased. He said, "So it turns out my feet understand me better than my head." One evening, a food vendor brought a pot of sweet porridge. After the class, everyone ate and told market stories. The novice listened and realized that life was entering the class, and the class was flowing back into life, no longer separated. The master returned one twilight, his coat dusty from the road, his eyes bright like someone who had come home after many starry nights away. He asked, "Were you tired?" The novice smiled, "Tired, but not tangled." The master patted his head and said, "Tired but not tangled is the right kind of tired. Tangled but not tired is wasted." That night, the crescent moon hung like a small cut on the old son's face. The master told of an old farmer who had lost his son in a flood. The man had not spoken to anyone for half a year. When the master visited, the farmer pulled him to a dry field and said he had learned to heal it by digging trenches for water to flow out, not by building higher walls. The master sat with him, both breathing as though turning the earth. A month later, the man began speaking to neighbors again. That year he planted extra rows of vegetables. The master concluded, "For great pain, people do not need big words. They need small trenches for the water to drain slowly, and breath is the first hoe that opens the trench." The novice listened and pictured within himself dry fields waiting for rain, banks waiting for channels. He promised that when great sorrow came, he would not build walls higher, but dig small paths for the water to flow away. One afternoon, hot dry winds blew, and the air was brittle like paper. A grass fire spread from the forest edge into cassava fields. The young men ran with buckets, shouting in fear that the fire would reach the pine woods. The novice remembered the hammer on the roof, the rowing rhythm, the day of carrying the old man. He shouted for everyone to form 2 lines, passing buckets in rhythm, counting together 1, 2, 3, breathing in that same rhythm. The counting turned into a rope binding scattered people into one. The water moved faster, for no one broke the rhythm. After an hour, the fire quieted, the smell of burnt grass lingered, but the forest edge remained. That evening, many came to the temple to light incense in thanks. The master said, "The first gratitude is for rhythm. The second gratitude is for one another. The third gratitude is for breath, which teaches us to stand in line." The novice stood in the back and understood, in urgent moments. It is not time for distant philosophy, but time to remind each other of one shared rhythm, close at hand. Day by day, he continued writing in his small notebook the stories lit by 3 rounds of breath. One page recorded the scent of a morning when he washed dishes without breaking any, because he grounded his body before setting each dish on the rack. Another page told of the coolness in his throat when he apologized in time. Another described how he nearly signed a paper out of reluctance to refuse, but breathed and realized a signature could be a rope around the neck, and the neck needed breath. Another page recounted a long dream in which he walked through countless rooms, yet only stopped in those with a window open to the sky and the smell of hot tea. Waking, he understood. That room was the present moment, where the window is the breath, and the tea is the hand resting on the belly. One day, the master gave him a new responsibility, to guide the monthly meditation for the entire village. The novice felt clumsy, but not afraid. The night before, he went to the well, drew a dipper of water, and gazed for a long time. The surface reflected a strip of moon and a few stars. He breathed, and within himself he saw another well, another strip of moon, another scattering of stars. The next morning, when the courtyard was full, he did not begin with words but with silence. He counted 3 breaths, as he had done 1,000 times. Then he told, briefly, the story of the bowl of water, the pendulum clock, the woman wrongly accused in the market, the boy who found the heartbeat for the lion dance, the old farmer who dug trenches for grief to drain. When he finished, he invited everyone to place their hands on their bellies and breathe. A breeze passed, rustling bamboo leaves, carrying a few to the ground. Someone bent to pick one up and smiled. Someone else wept without knowing why. A child fell asleep on his mother's shoulder. Afterward, no one asked about philosophy. They only asked how many breaths to take after dinner. The novice answered, "At least 3, and as many more as still taste sweet." For forced breathing turns honey into salt. Everyone laughed, and promised to meet again the next week. Late at night, the novice sat alone under the porch. Fireflies flickered in the distance like glowing letters. The master came and sat beside him, saying, "You have walked a long road, from the day you sat by the well waiting for the water to settle, to the day you could light a lamp for many others to see the way. But remember, the teaching is still only one, whenever tangled. Return to the first breath. Do not pile on rituals. Do not draw more charms. Do not build extra gates. And do not forget to smile, because a smile is a door already open, inviting others into your quiet room." The novice looked at the master, at the crescent moon, and listened to the crickets like the ticking of a clock inside his belly. Gratitude rose within him, for everything great had arrived through small things, and small things had woven into a strong cord. The next morning, when the sun had just risen halfway above the hill, he stepped into the yard, opened the doors wide, picked up the broom, and swept as if sweeping his own mind. Each stroke of the broom was an inhale and an exhale. Dust rose and fell. Birds sang. Children from the village called to each other on their way to school. An old woman passed with baskets of vegetables and greeted him with a smile. He smiled back, and in that smile was a long answer to everyone who had ever asked how to clear the mind immediately. The answer was not in words. It was in the way one stood upright, shoulders lowered, feet touching the earth, hand resting on the belly, breathing 3 gentle rounds. It was the clear surface of the well, the ringing of the bell, the lotus leaf letting go of dew, the steady fire in the kitchen, the oar aligned with the heartbeat, a day beginning and returning and ending and setting down. The world remained the world, full of sorrow and joy, but in its midst was someone who knew how to open the window for the wind to pass through, open the palm for the breath to pass through, and each time he remembered this, the sky within grew clear again, like glass wiped clean by his own gentleness. The following morning was so clear that the horizon looked drawn with a fine pencil line. Dew withdrew softly from the grass, and roosters from distant hamlets called to each other like an overture to the day. The master told the novice, "Come with me to the village school. The council has invited teachers to share methods for helping children settle down after the storms. After the long break, their minds are cluttered like storerooms in the rainy season. The teachers wish to learn a way to help them focus before lessons. You will not give them theory. Just lend them a breath. Show them the window in their classroom, the window that is the belly of each child." The novice nodded and carried his small bell as he always did. The school hall smelled of fresh paint. Wooden benches stood in neat rows. On the blackboard remained chalk traces from the previous day's lesson. Young teachers with dark circles under their eyes from grading papers. Older ones hiding their fatigue behind laughter. At first, they expected a long lecture full of terms. But the novice simply placed the bell on the desk and told a short story. Of a bowl of water. Of carrying an old man up the slope in the rain. Then he invited them all to place hands on their bellies and breathe 3 rounds. At first, the air was awkward, like a train shifting tracks. By the second round, shoulders lowered. By the third, short sighs had become true breaths. Then the novice suggested, each morning, before calling roll, let the whole class be still for 3 breaths. The principal smiled and said, "If it is only that, anyone can do it." The novice answered, "Yes, because the hardest things are often the easiest ones forgotten." The session ended without loud applause. But as people left, the classroom windows somehow seemed more open, though no hinge had been changed. That afternoon, he passed by a 3rd grade class where the teacher was already trying the practice. The children were noisy as sparrows before feeding. The teacher did not scold. She raised her hand for silence, then placed it on her belly as example. 3 breaths later, the room was still, like a pond after wind. She called each name without mistake. Chalk lines were straighter, circles rounder. At recess, the children whispered of a new game called breathing. They said it was duller than soccer, but it made their heads hurt less when doing math. The novice smiled from the doorway, knowing that a very small seed had just fallen into soil. That seed promised nothing grand, only that tomorrow tears would fall less when a notebook dropped, and fear would shrink when a mistake was made. But life was not only gentle classrooms and mornings of silk. In the days that followed, the temple received word of a brick kiln worker injured when a wall collapsed on his leg. His family was in hardship, and his heart had become a cage locking in anger. The master took the novice to visit him. The half-burnt kiln still smoked, soot clinging like black rain to the roof. The man lay on a bamboo bed, eyes clouded from sleeplessness. When he saw the master, he turned away in shame. The master did not scold. He pulled up a chair and asked him to tell his story as though recounting a shift at the kiln. The man burst out words as rough as sun-dried bricks, debts, unsafe conditions, co-workers who fled, his leg now heavier than a post. When he finished, the master said softly, "A post planted in the right place can hold up a house. But a post carried in the chest only drowns a man. I will not urge you to forgive yet, because forgiveness is a word too heavy. I only invite you to breathe 3 rounds to draw the post out of your chest." The novice sat nearby, hand on his belly, modeling the practice. The man glanced at him, then breathed once, harshly, like blowing out a cigarette. The master did not rush, but counted with him. After the first, the man said his chest still hurt. After the second, he said the anger was still there. After the third, he said the tightness was less. "Less is enough to begin," the master said. As they left the kiln that evening, the novice saw the sky lighter with less smoke, and carried in his mind a strange gratitude for that word, less. For less is a humble but resilient verb. Less heat means fewer burns for others. Less pain means less ignorance. Less anger means less breaking. From then on, the novice began to measure his days by what was less needless words, less hurried steps, less reaching for the phone without cause, less stubbornness with himself. One day, rain came in a short downpour. On the dirt road, a woman dropped her bag of seeds. They scattered across the ground like beads of sweat from the field's future. She stood frozen, not knowing where to stoop first. The novice stopped. He did not speak of impermanence or karma. He only invited her to breathe. 3 breaths later, she began to gather seeds, handful by steady handful. He bent down too, noticing the patterns of her fingerprints pressed into the mud like lines written about endurance. When the bag was full again, she smiled, revealing a missing tooth, and said, "It seems breathing makes me less likely to cry while picking seeds." The novice thought of his own evenings, when he had to gather scattered pieces of his day after speaking too sharply or acting too hastily. If one remembers to breathe, mending is lighter. If one forgets, even a small crack becomes a mountain, and mountains cannot be carried in a bag. Another day, the temple welcomed a calligrapher from the city. He brought ink and rice paper. As he ground the ink, he asked the novice to pour water gently. As he lifted the brush, he told the novice to stand still and listen to the bristles dividing the paper's fibers. The sound was faint, like a newborn stream opening its eyes in the forest. He wrote slowly, each downward stroke an inhale, each upward stroke an exhale. The master said from behind, "The writing is beautiful not because the writer chased the words, but because he walked alongside his breath and let the words step out on their own." The finished scroll read, "The heart still as a quiet lake." The novice read it and remembered every time waves had risen inside him just because of a single criticism or a harsh glance. He realized that if he knew to step back 3 paces into stillness, everything would pass, like the words passing through the brush, leaving no snare behind. Then came exam season. The village students flocked to the temple, asking for a place to study. The brick courtyard turned into an open-air library. Notebooks opened like butterfly wings. Pens raced like ants searching for their path. The children asked the novice how to keep their minds from scattering when hard questions stared back at them. He told them the story of the bowl of water and suggested that before each new page, they breathed 3 rounds. At first they shook their heads, saying 3 breaths was a waste of time. One tried it as a game, then 2 or 3. By afternoon, the whole group joined in. The air grew less tense, like a string tuned to the right pitch. After the exams, one child came running back, saying, "I do not know my grade, but I know I did not tremble, because I remembered to place my hand on my belly before reading the test." The novice felt a naive sweetness in his chest, like a gardener planting a small flower bed, not waiting for it to become a forest, but already glad for the fragrance of one morning bloom. But life also delivers exams without paper and without supervisors. One late night, while the novice was on gate duty, there came urgent knocking. A man carried his wife in labor. The road to the clinic was flooded by sudden rains. Everyone rushed, each to their task. The master told them, "Whatever you do, breathe as though holding another's hand. Do not breathe alone." The village nurse arrived and guided. The novice boiled water. Others laid mats. The woman's pain came like waves. The nurse placed her hand in the mother's hand and invited her to breathe with it. The master stood at the door, palms together. The novice silently counted, keeping a pillar of rhythm. Then the cry of the newborn tore a piece of light into the night. Everyone exhaled. The husband wept as if he had never wept before. The novice realized that breath does not always lessen pain. Sometimes it only steadies people enough to stand in pain without breaking, and steady enough to remain standing when joy floods in. Another time, visiting home, his father told him that hillside water had rushed too hard, causing terraces to collapse. The novice followed him to repair the embankments. Mud soft as dough, water rushing like a crowd in haste. His father said, "Yesterday I was impatient and ruined more. Tried to pile fast, and more crumbled. Today I will breathe, and build like writing a poem. Each clod a word, each basket of mud a rhythm." By noon, the terrace stood, not a perfect poem, but standing. His father laid down the hoe, watching the water narrow, and rejoiced as though catching a bird. The novice understood why the master often said, "Bring the breath into the field and into the home." In the field, one sees immediately the result of haste and of patience. At home, one sees immediately the cost of harshness and of gentleness. In the head, it takes much longer, so the head tricks us into believing haste is safe. There was a time the novice had to go to the provincial office for temple roof repairs. The government building was full of rooms. Everyone busy. The line of people waiting curled like a long dragon. Heavy sighs dropped like sacks of sand. The novice stood in line, neither angry nor naive. Each time the line did not move, he breathed 3 times. Looking closely at faces, he saw each person carrying a house in their chest, and sometimes those houses burned because of one wrong word from another. When his turn came, he spoke clearly, neither fawning nor wavering. The response came late, but it came. By the time the papers were signed, evening had fallen. He went to the bus stop and ate a bowl of noodle soup from a street stall. The broth was sweet. The vendor smiled. Suddenly he felt refreshed, as if he had bathed in a river. He thought, a long day is not bad if one does not let the blockages flow into the mouth as bitterness. And what keeps the pathways inside clear is still nothing more than the most ordinary breath. Back at the temple, the novice continued the Saturday evening class. One time, a young man brought a guitar. He said his mind often tangled and asked if breath could help his music stumble less. The novice invited him to sit on the porch, place the guitar on his lap like a gentle cat, then breathe, strike one chord with each inhale, change strings with each exhale. After 10 minutes, an old song suddenly had new flesh. The young man scratched his head, laughing. All this time I practiced my fingers, but forgot to practice my breathing. The novice reminded him, to practice breathing is to practice the turning speed of the whole ceiling. When the ceiling turns at the right pace, the light shines bright but not harsh. That night, the whole class listened to his playing. The guitar sounded like a story told in wood. Everyone was still. The wind read through the bamboo leaves, like a natural chorus. The next day, winter cold deepened. Fog coiled through the garden. The kitchen fire had to burn all morning. The master said, "Cold is when people get sharpest. They need long breaths to warm their words, lest they turn into thorns." The novice tried and found it true. Midday, a street vendor woman came to ask for a bowl of hot water. Her hands cracked like dry earth. The novice poured water and invited her to breathe for warmth. She laughed. "Breathing does not fill the belly," he said. "Breathing does not fill the belly, but it lessens the hunger." She drank, her eyes less clouded. She told stories of her son who had quit school to work far away. When she finished, she said she felt lighter. The novice realized many people do not need solutions. They need a place to set their stories down. And breath is a shelf already open. At times he still dreamed. One night he dreamed of wandering through a city night market. Lights scattered like broken mirrors. people swarming like waves. He could not find his own voice among the thousands. Then he remembered to place a hand on his belly and breathe. Even in the dream he remembered. The noise receded like the tide. He saw a narrow lane, cool as a stream. He woke smiling, knowing that breath held a key even in dreams, that the learning had sunk to the marrow, no longer only on the lips. One warm afternoon, the master called him to the bamboo grove and said, "You have walked a wide circle only to learn a small truth. When someone promises to clear the chaos in another's head with one single secret, they are either lying or have seen only a fragment. The path of simplicity you follow does not promise to clear anyone's life. It only promises to bring them back to their own room with 3 breaths. There, they themselves will see what to clean, what to keep, what to set aside. Sometimes they will even choose to live with the clutter and still be at peace." Keep teaching exactly this. Do not sell extra words. Do not lend them your own room. Borrowed rooms do not last. The novice bowed, hearing the words pierce like a needle through cloth. Later, the temple held a night of sitting in silence in the yard. The villagers came in great numbers, each carrying a story. No one told it, they only sat. Crickets made the bass, the wind hummed the harmony. The novice struck the bell once, then was silent. Everyone breathed 3 rounds. Suddenly, the yard felt wider, the sky seemed lower, close enough to touch hair. That night, no miracles occurred, except the sum of many small breaths. But that sum was enough to send people home a little earlier, to speak a little softer, to sleep a little deeper. The next morning, many said their heads felt a little clearer. The novice smiled, loving the word, a little. It was not grand, but enduring. It was the soft cushion beneath every stumble of the day. And so the story continued, like water flowing through bends in the stream, each bend teaching a rhythm, each day teaching a breath. The novice still rose early to sweep the courtyard, still taught the Saturday class, still went to the market for salt, still folded his hands before the sorrows of others and his own. The only change unseen by others was that the silence before the bell in his chest grew wider. In that silence was room for the cries of children, the sighs of the elderly, the laughter of newlyweds, the crackle of lamp wicks, the deepening roots of the Bodhi tree, the wind passing through leaves, all together, not crowding. And whoever entered that silence with 3 breaths felt lighter, not because anyone had lifted their load, but because they themselves had set it down in a nameless bag. The path remained the same, short as from chest to belly, long as from belly to earth, steady as from earth to roots, simple as a person remembering to return to the first breath whenever the head grew loud. And clarity appeared as quickly as people call, immediately. But in truth, it was only the speed of remembering that home is here. The next morning, a thin silver mist covered the hillside like freshly pressed rice paper. Sparrows chirped on the tiled roofs, and the sound of pestles pounding rice echoed steadily like the heartbeat of the whole village. The master called the novice out into the yard and said, "Today you will come with me to the upper hamlet to visit a handmade paper workshop, to learn how things that float can settle into a sheet." The dirt path was still damp with the scent of night. They passed a bamboo grove, then soft green cornfields. The workshop sat beside a small stream, its water clear as a child's eyes. The old papermaker greeted them with a gentle smile and pointed to the wooden frame floating on the surface. He said, "Paper pulp is beaten from bark, like fragments of memory torn apart. To become a sheet requires a very slow motion, lowering the frame onto the water and waiting for each fiber to fall and cling. If stirred in impatience, the sheet tears. If shaken for haste, the sheet warps." He made one sheet as example, then handed the frame to the novice. The master stood nearby, silent. The novice lowered the frame and felt his hands wanting to tremble with habit. He breathed deeply into his belly, as if dropping a small anchor into the streambed. The breath calmed the waves inside. The frame stayed steady. The scattered fibers, like stray thoughts, slowly sank into place. When he lifted the frame, he could not help but smile at the sight of a thin sheet newly born. The old man nodded and said, "That is the secret of this craft, not the strength of the hands, but the strength of waiting. Waiting is not laziness, it is giving what needs to arrive the right to arrive." The master looked at him and said, "Remember this feeling on restless days. In your mind too there is a frame, and beneath it, a hidden stream. When you breathe down and stop stirring, what needs to cling together will cling." On the way back, they stopped at a salt field. Sunlight glared on the flats like mirrors. The salt worker explained, "Salt only crystallizes when the water reaches the right concentration and the surface is still. Strong winds delay salt, steady sun makes it faster." The master laughed and said, "That is no different from your mind. Worry or excitement are the winds. Breath is the sun." That afternoon, as the palm shadows stretched across the courtyard, a village seamstress came to the temple with an uneven dye. The hem crooked from trembling hands. She asked to use the porch to mend it. The novice invited her to sit, and told her, "Before threading the needle, breathe 3 rounds to let your eyes and hands return to the same place." She did. The needle slid into the hole, and the stitches flowed straight as a river with firm banks. She smiled and said, "Now even the needle understands breathing." The novice wrote it in his notebook as another illustration of the same old lesson. Every craft teaches the same word, slow enough to be right. That night, a thin crescent moon hung above. The master called him to the well and said, "Try listening to the night not only with your ears." The novice closed his eyes, breathed, and heard a small orchestra appear, bamboo leaves brushing, water rippling in the well, and a faint sound of his own chest opening and closing. The master said, "That is the moment the quiet room inside you lights its lamp without anyone touching the switch." The next day, southern winds rose. The village market swelled with voices. An old woman dropped her cloth purse. Suspicion turned quickly toward a young vendor of chives. Her face drained white. The novice, passing by, felt a heat flare in his chest. But he remembered the lessons of paper and salt. He asked everyone to stand still for 3 breaths before questioning. The stall owner, once a temple visitor, nodded. After 3 breaths, voices lowered. The girl wept, saying she had been on the road since morning. An old man interjected, "I saw the purse tucked in the old woman's sleeve." She fumbled, blushed, and pulled it out. Laughter and embarrassment scattered like grains of sand. No one was harmed by words. The girl sat down, exhaled a long breath, and thanked him with her eyes. When he left the market, the sky seemed clearer, not because the clouds had gone, but because the smoke within him had thinned. That noon, he helped polish the Buddha statue. His hands lifted and placed in steady rhythm. A kitten ran by, knocking over a bowl of water. The spill curved across the tiles. He almost snapped, but his hand landed on his belly, and a small smile appeared on its own, like a garlic flower blooming in a pot. He wiped the water away. The cloth absorbed it, as needless words might be absorbed before leaving the mouth. The master, passing, said, "The less you drop yourself, the less you drop things." Later, a sudden sunshower washed the skylight. A group of masons stopped by the temple for water. They complained that their project dragged because the foreman kept changing the plans, their heads spinning like mixers. The novice poured water and asked them to stand in line on the porch. "No chanting," he said, "only 3 breaths." One man scoffed, "Breathing does not pour concrete." The novice nodded, "True, but without breath, concrete might pour onto someone." They laughed and joined as a game. After 3 breaths, each man stood straighter, quieter. As they left, the foreman turned back and said, "Maybe we will shout less this afternoon." The novice watched their backs, feeling an indescribable simplicity, as if a creaking door had just been oiled. That night, in class, a woman came carrying grief for her mother newly passed. Tears ran too quickly for her to sit still. The novice did not tell her to stop. He invited her to walk slowly around the courtyard, in rhythm with breath, each step a word, mother. Each inhale a word, gratitude. Each exhale a word, release. After 10 rounds, she stopped beneath the Bodhi tree, palms together, face lighter though no words were spoken. The novice understood what the master had said about digging channels for water to flow. No dam can hold such a current. One can only let it pass through without being swept away. Days later, the master sent him to represent the temple at a village meeting about clearing a clogged irrigation canal. Arguments whirled like straw in wind. Everyone had reason. The novice listened, then asked for 3 breaths of silence. He proposed dividing the work, each household a section, longer for the strong, shorter for the weak, done early morning before the sun grew harsh. The crowd agreed. The meeting ended as quickly as rain. The next morning, the sound of hoes and shovels rang. The canal cleared in one flow. The vegetable rows brightened as though just given a drink. The novice looked at the water and thought, in every quarrel there is a stone in the middle. Do not smash the water against it. Just ease the current to either side. The stone remains, and the water still flows. One afternoon, he flew kites with children on the grass behind the temple. The wind was uneven. The kites swayed. He taught them to breathe with the string. Pull in on one breath as the wind fell. Release on another as the wind lifted. Soon the kites steadied. The children's eyes shone like the kites in sunlight. One said, I think the wind is like bothersome thoughts. If I pull too hard, the kite tears. If I let go, it falls. But if I breathe with it, it flies. The novice stroked his head and thought, sometimes children are the teachers who say aloud what we forget. That night, the master said, one day I will go farther. When that day comes, remember to keep the bell in your chest, not only in your hand. The novice felt within himself a new room open, where a string hung without being pulled, and still resonated. The following day, a letter from the district announced that a troupe of artisans would come for the festival, performing classical theater on the temple grounds. The novice arranged the space, set up the canopy, marked the paths. During rehearsal, an elder actor coughed yet still sang. The novice brought him ginger tea and showed him how to breathe one warming breath before beginning the line. The man's voice softened, like silk unfastened from a nail. On festival night, the crowd was full. Lanterns lit the streets. At the climax, cymbals, drums, and voices rose without clashing. The novice stood at the side of the stage and understood once more. Different things can stand together in harmony only because of a shared invisible rhythm. Days later came bad news. A fellow novice was called home to care for his ailing mother. He packed hurriedly, eyes red behind a forced smile. The novice embraced him tightly and said, take 3 breaths before entering the sick room. Let the words that need space find it. Let the words that do not dissolve. His friend nodded and left. The novice stayed to fold the empty bedding. Each fold was a breath laid upon his own emptiness. That night, sleep came slowly, like a cloud reluctant to rest on the roof. He did not force it. He only breathed, listening to the scent of old wood spread like a companion sitting quietly at his side. One very clear morning, the master handed the novice a small cloth bag tied with string. Inside was an old wooden striker for the bell. The master said, I am going across the mountain for a few days. You look after the temple and the class. Do not try to make it big. Just make it right. The novice accepted the bag, bowed, and felt no stirring of worry as in the old days. Instead, there was a calmness, like lowering the paper frame into the stream. During the days of the master's absence, the chorus of insects grew thicker. His own footsteps sounded louder. The fire in the kitchen flared less but burned more steadily. Villagers still came, each carrying a bag of stories. The novice did not open their bags. He only placed a small shelf and reminded them to set things down with 3 breaths. Slowly he saw trembling hands tremble less, hot eyes cool, sharp questions soften, and within himself, an anchor grew firmer. One day a storm came. The canvas roof in the courtyard flapped wildly. Rain lashed the steps. Villagers rushed in for shelter. Children cried at the thunder. An old man shivered from cold. The novice walked around, handed out blankets, calmed the children with a game of counting raindrops. Open mouth. Inhale, exhale, count. The cries shrank. The thunder still roared, yet no one shattered. At dawn the clouds parted. Steam rose from the ground like a light smoke. People packed up, thanked him with their eyes. The novice looked at the courtyard where a few browned leaves clung to the bricks. He picked up a broom. Each sweep was a line of clarity in his head. That afternoon the master returned, shoulders dusty with travel, eyes bright like a pond after storm. He sat on the steps and stayed silent. The novice also stayed silent. They shared a cup of hot tea without words, and both chests grew warm. The master asked, "What have you learned these days?" The novice replied, "I learned that silence can teach a crowded class. Silence can hold a roof when winds rise. Silence can guide a person across a bridge without railing. But that silence is not only the silence of words. It is the silence of someone who has remembered to breathe first." The master nodded. "Then you have touched the Dharma. This Dharma does not aim to turn anyone into a saint. It only aims to turn one chaotic second into 1 second with a home. From that second on, where they go is theirs to choose." Night fell lightly. The novice wrote one short line in his notebook, "Return." Then he closed the book and placed it beside the old bell striker. The sound of the night passed across the porch like a gentle stream. In his chest, a window stayed open without closing. Each breath that passed lit a star, bright but quiet, enough to guide anyone who had just lost a step and wished to return right now. At noon, a sea of clouds rose from the valley like the warmth of a great hearth. And sunlight, broken by the leaves of an old jackfruit tree, fell into countless fragments upon the bricks. The master told the novice to come down to the ferry landing, for they had an appointment with the lighthouse keeper on the sandy hill by the river. That man had once served in the Navy, and in old age volunteered to guard the lamp for passing boats on foggy nights. The path sloped gently through pale violet beach morning glory. Each gust stroked the grass as though by a kind hand. The small watch hut stood still, gazing toward the bend where the water suddenly changed color with hidden depth. The keeper welcomed them with a quiet smile, invited them to sit on the worn wooden steps, and pointed to the convex lens of the pale green lamp. He said, "This lamp cannot shine if its heart is clouded with salt. Bright or dim is not decided by the flame's strength, but by whether the glass is clean. Every evening I wipe it with the same motion and the same rhythm of breath. Inhaling, I know my hand is lifting. Exhaling, I know the cloth is lowering. If I rush in fear of nightfall, I only scratch the glass." I asked if he feared the stormy nights. He laughed. "Of course I fear, but I have learned to fear and still wipe. When I am done, what remains of fear is just enough to remind me to keep watch." The master glanced at the novice and said nothing, for the lesson stood firmly on its own legs. That afternoon, as the tide turned, water lapped against the pilings with a steady beat like a distant drum. The novice asked to climb the iron ladder to see the river from higher up. From there everything changed. The water hyacinths drifted together into shapes like letters. Boats moved in lines like sentences on a calm page. He stood at the railing, drew a breath deep into his back, and suddenly understood what the master had said so many times. But today it ripened. A breath in the right place does not still the wind of life, but places you where the wind passes without knocking you down. At the dock, a fisherman was entangling a net from the side of his boat. One wrong tug and the whole web snarled. He laughed. "I have a trick. Whenever the net knots, I blow out a long breath before touching. If I rush my hands, every strand wants to go first. If my hands follow my breath, The strand that needs to come first comes first. The novice remembered noontimes in the kitchen, when too many jostled for the narrow way. The food cooled fast, but when each yielded one step, even a small fire still cooked. By evening, the master turned into the yard of a stonemason at the hill's foot. The yard was filled with rough blocks and polished slabs. The craftsman held a small whetstone like a tiny wheel, drew a blade across it in light strokes. The novice sat still, listening to the sound of metal kissing water, first dry, then moist, then smooth. The mason said, "A knife is sharp not because of heavy pressure, but because the angle is steady. A steady angle needs a steady breath. Breathe too fast, the hand shakes. Breathe too long, the hand slackens. The knife does not speak, but it remembers." The novice placed his hand on his belly and felt a quiet rhythm threading through these tasks like an invisible string, linking lamp to net to blade. That night, back at the temple, the master instructed, "Tomorrow morning, clear the old granary. We will turn it into a practice hall, for villagers are gathering in greater numbers." The granary smelled of straw and old sun. Dust clung to the beams like a thin fog of the past. The novice took a long broom, stood in the brightest corner. He did not rush. Each sweep was a breath. Dust rose, then settled, like thoughts passing across the chest. A calico cat sat at the doorway, half-closed eyes like an old man who already knows the ending. When done, the novice set wooden benches, hung a thin white cloth before the window so wind could pass without chilling. On Sunday morning, the class was so crowded that some sat on the porch. There was a blacksmith, a crab seller, a student newly from the town, and an old scholar who once taught classical characters. The novice did not bring many words. He only told stories: the lamp on the shore, the net untangled with one breath, the blade sharpened by steady angle. Then he invited all to breathe 3 times, like hanging 3 small bells in their chests. The first breath was shy, like strangers not yet removing their hats. The second, shoulders dropped. The third, faint sighs arose like strings eased back into tune. Afterward, he led them in slow walking around the courtyard, each step placing down the word peace. Strangely, sandals scuffed less, the wind grew clearer. The class ended with no applause, only bows and quiet thanks, like a drop of tea falling exactly where it belonged. That noon, a man in his 40s came to see the master. He was a truck driver, eyes dark ringed from nights spent at gas stations. He said, "I often rage in traffic jams, miss shipments. I have struck the steering wheel until my palms bled." The master asked for his hand, placed it on his belly, and invited him to breathe. Then asked, "In your truck there are many gauges, the tachometer, the water temperature, the pressure meter. Where is your breath gauge?" The man laughed awkwardly. From that day, he practiced a small trick. Each time traffic stalled, he lowered the window 3 fingers width, set 2 fingers on his navel, and counted 3 breaths. Sometimes a horn blared from behind. He did not answer with horn, but with not adding more noise to noise. After a month he returned, smiling gently. The steering wheel is still there, but the hands that struck it are gone. The novice listened and understood. The steering wheel inside each chest is the breath. Turn it at the right moment, and the vehicle of the heart can pass even the sharpest bends without overturning. One other morning, the fog was as thick as freshly lifted paper pulp, and the whole village seemed gathered inside a gray porcelain jar. The master handed the novice an old wooden compass and said, "Climb the pine hill and find the small hermitage where the old woman grows herbs. You go first, I will follow behind. Every 10 steps, stop and count 3 breaths. Do not ask for directions until you have lost your way." The novice held the compass, the needle trembling slightly in his cold hand. At first steps there was eagerness, but after 10 steps, 10 breaths had warmed his face. Deeper into the fog, all shapes blurred like a dream half told, half forgotten. At a fork between 2 paths, The compass spun slowly. He did not rush to choose. He sat against a pine trunk, breathing until his chest no longer beat like a drum. The fog loosened one thin strand, revealing a darker strip of earth worn by feet. He rose and followed. At the hermitage, the old woman's silver hair shone like silk thread. Her hands worked swiftly to bind leaves. She said, "Thick fog is when the leaves hold more oil. The hasty who walk in fog get caught. The ones who count their breaths see the road open." The master laughed. "You have met another teacher today." On the way back, halfway up the hill, the fog split into long strips hanging in the air. The sun appeared like an ancient coin dropped upon the treetops. The novice suddenly saw that the whole journey was a magnified model of the days inside his mind. The fog was thoughts. The compass was breath. The hermitage was the task. And the road appeared not by knowing much but by stopping in the right place. Later, the temple received a letter from a woodblock printer in the district, inviting them to see the carving of a new scripture. The master told the novice to go alone, as an apprenticeship without reminders. The workshop smelled of ink and dry wood. The craftsman gave him a smooth block of persimmon wood and a carving knife. He said, "To carve letters, remember to remove what is not a letter. The knife does not create words, it removes the excess. Each cut is a breath. Breathe too fast, the letter warps. Breathe long and steady, the letter is round." The novice tried one horizontal stroke. His hand trembled from wanting beauty too soon. The craftsman placed a hand on his wrist and said, "Do not rush for beauty. Be correct first. Correctness becomes beauty when its time has come." That evening, the sky deepened its colors like ink spreading across damp paper. The novice understood why the master always said, "Slow enough to be steady." Slowness does not kill the fire. Slowness keeps the fire from smoking. That night on the porch, he wrote 3 words in his notebook: "Remove the excess." His heart felt lighter, as though he had set down an old pack. On another day, the school drum beat many times for the autumn sports festival. The earthen playground filled with children running like water rushing out of a gate. The physical education teacher asked the novice to guide a slow walk contest. The rule sounded odd, but the children loved it. Whoever walked slowest without stopping would win. The novice stood in the middle of the field, raising his hand. Inhale. Step 1. Exhale. Step 2. The children laughed and tumbled from losing rhythm. Then, as they caught the pace, one child walked like a turtle but with eyes shining as though holding fire. The winner was not the strongest, but the one who looked at the ground more than at the cheering crowd. The novice thought, adults should have such contests on days of turmoil. Whoever walks slowly yet arrives. That is the victor. That evening at the temple, a thin young man with bright eyes came asking to learn the bamboo flute. The novice led him to the bamboo grove, cut a mature stalk, hollowed it, washed it in well water, then sat across from him. Play by the rhythm of the leaves. He said, inhale as leaves drink dew. Exhale as leaves release the wind. The first note cracked and broke. The second was less wavering. The third, suddenly thin yet far-reaching. The young man stopped, saying, I just saw an old field. The novice laughed. Then the flute has already mirrored an inner picture. Hold the mirror with your breath, not with your teeth. That night, the sound of his flute drifted past the bamboo grove all the way to the riverbank. Fish flicked gently, as if in greeting. There came a season when the village paddies soured with acid water, curling the rice leaves. People worried. The master sent the novice with the irrigation team to learn how to drain by the moon's phases. On the first day, open 1 notch. On the 15th, 2 notches. On the 27th, 3 notches. The keeper laughed. Water breathes too. Not only people. Open too wide. The field is shocked. Open just enough. The field learns. The novice realized everything has lungs if one listens, even sorrow. Open too much. It chills. Close too tight. It stifles. Open just enough. It clears. After that season, the rice recovered. Grains firm again. Villagers invited the temple to a harvest meal. Crab soup with Malabar spinach. Salted eggplants. Guava ripened in the yard. Everyone ate slowly and shared one slow story. Someone said since breathing 3 times before speaking. The household argued less. Another said before chopping a chicken. 3 breaths steadied the hand. And the chicken suffered less. Another said before going online. 3 breaths meant wasting less anger. The novice listened as if counting stars. The more he counted, the whiter the sky became. One late afternoon, autumn wind arrived suddenly. The sky polished blue like a gem freshly wiped. The master led him behind the temple, where a stone path climbed the hillside. He said, "It is time you strike the New Year bell in my place. I want to stand afar and hear your sound. If it makes the bamboo leaves pause one beat, it is enough." The novice held the old striker, palms sweating but breath steady. He placed himself in the silence before the bell, as practiced 1,000 times. Inhaling, his thoughts stepped back. Exhaling, his body stepped forward. The striker touched the bell's skin like a raindrop meeting a leaf. The bell was not loud but deep. It touched roof tiles, bamboo groves, water surface, shoulders of those standing still, and the master's heart at the end of the stone path. The novice did not know if the bamboo leaves paused, but he saw the master's eyes wet, like after a rain just enough to water. The master came down, placed a hand on his shoulder, and said, "The bell sounds good because the one who struck forgot himself." Forgetting self does not mean absence. It means standing in the right place, right beside the first breath. The novice bowed. In his chest opened a dome of stillness, not large, but wide enough to shelter a group from rain. That night he wrote nothing in his notebook, only placed it beneath his pillow and slept. Sleep arrived like a friend nearby who did not need to knock. At dawn, he walked around the temple, seeing each fallen leaf, each sunbeam creeping across the mossy wall, each dewdrop on bamboo nodes like letters greeting the new day. He placed his hand on his belly and breathed, thinking, if someone asks where to find a Buddhist practice that clears the mind instantly, I would not take them to a room full of books or a hall with 100 exercises. I would take them to a mirror of water, to a bell, to a tangled net, to a lamp that needs wiping, to a knife that needs sharpening, to a hand that needs resting on the belly, to the first breath, where everything old turns fresh again just because we remember to stop for 3 breaths before touching. For whenever we remember, the mind is clear like glass newly polished. And whenever we forget, only 3 breaths are needed to return home, a home without beams or rafters, yet standing firm on a single foundation, in and out. The next morning was clear as a bowl of water untouched. Thin clouds stretched like silk across the mountaintop. The village woke to roosters calling like gentle punctuation closing the night's page. The master called the novice to the porch, handed him a small bamboo basket, and said, "Go to the landing to gather some wild greens, and stop by the mason's house to see the freshly whitewashed wall." They walked through bamboo groves, dew on leaves like countless gentle eyes. At the riverbank, the water had receded, revealing dark stone steps of time. An old woman with a basket on her head walked opposite, telling of her son gone far to work without sending letters. The master stopped, offered no long comfort, only invited her to stand still for 2 breaths before continuing. She did so. Her voice dropped like water meeting shore. Her story became clearer, like a thread less tangled. At the mason's house, the wall still showed uneven brush streaks. He said his hands had shaken from sleeplessness. The master gave him a new brush and said, "Before painting, take 1 step back, inhale and feel your spine straighten. Exhale and feel your shoulders fall. Then draw the brush from left to right like pulling a thin stream." He did so, and the line smoothed like a field just leveled. He laughed. "I thought I needed a better brush, but it was only a better breath." At the morning market, the novice stopped at the fish stall. The seller said her head ached from staying up late. He did not prescribe medicine first. Instead, he told her, "Dip your finger into cool water. Place it on your forehead. Inhale and feel the cool spread. Exhale and feel the warmth return to your hands." After a few rounds like that, her face softened, her street calls lost their sharpness, and customers stood closer. The novice realized that in the noisy clamor of the market, there was always a narrow gap, just enough for breath to slip through, like a small stream weaving among rocks. By the time he returned to the temple, the sun was already high. In the courtyard, the master had set up a bamboo pole with strips of cloth for the children to practice drying. He said, "Drying cloth is like drying the heart. If the wind is strong, lower the pole. If the wind is weak, raise it. What matters is listening, not forcing the wind to follow your wish." At noon, a village boy came running with his notebook, asking the master to teach him reading because he often stumbled on words. The master invited him to sit beside the small bell and told him, "Each sentence begins with one breath in and ends with one breath out." The boy read slowly, the stumbles less harsh. By the end, he proudly read a whole passage without mistake. The novice, watching, realized that what seemed small was in fact large. When a sentence is placed in the rhythm of the lungs, it becomes a bridge over fear. Later that afternoon, a street barber stopped by for water. He said lately his customers were impatient, sometimes yelling midway through a haircut. The master picked up the scissors, laid them in his hand, and said, "Hold them like holding a sentence. Squeeze too hard and the sentence breaks. Hold too loose and the sentence falls. Hold steady and breathe. The hand will find its way through the strands of hair, just as the mind finds its way through thoughts." The barber nodded, promising to try. At dusk, clouds far away turned the color of peach blossoms. The novice stepped into the yard to light a small oil lamp in its glass case, for the wind was rising. The master behind him said softly, "Clean the glass before lighting. If the glass is dirty, even the best oil will glare." The novice understood. The master was speaking more about him than about the lamp. That night, a pilgrim arrived, a middle-aged woman, gaunt and sleepless. The master offered no doctrines. He simply asked her to lie on her side, place her hand on her belly, and imagine it as a small banana leaf boat. Each inhale, the boat slipped into shade. Each exhale, the boat left a rough shore. After 3 rounds, her eyes closed, and her breath sounded like leaves brushing on a roof. The novice sat by the lamp, its small flame steady. He felt the same flame inside himself, lit long ago but only now noticed. The next morning, drizzle fell, making the brick courtyard damp like fresh rice cake. Sparrows huddled beneath the eaves. The master led the novice into the kitchen to cook porridge, reminding him, "Keep the fire steady, like the heartbeat of someone at peace." The cook said the porridge often burned near the end because people grew impatient. The novice took the ladle, stirring slowly while counting breaths in and out. The grains swelled evenly, the fragrance spread like ripe fruit. They carried the porridge to the gate for farmers who had missed a meal. One farmer, hands muddy, said his mind had been restless for days, making food tasteless. The master brought him under the eaves and invited him to watch rain gather on a leaf. When drops are heavy enough, they fall. Breath is the same. When full, release. Do not hold more. The man watched, then sighed, like setting down a yoke. The yoke remained, but his shoulders knew the way. By noon, a letter came from the district, inviting the temple to a meeting about opening a new road over the mountain. Villagers argued about whose fields it would cut through. The master told the novice, "Go, bring only one short sentence. Please let us all breathe 2 rounds before speaking." It may sound foolish, but often foolishness saves an afternoon. The hall was packed, voices fiery. The novice stood, smiled, and repeated the sentence. Some grumbled, some laughed, but all fell quiet. After 2 breaths, the voices lowered like water calming. Fewer interruptions, fewer stiff necks. People did not suddenly love each other, but they disliked each other less. The final plan curved around a little, but cut through no one's heart. Leaving the hall, the novice passed the village school gate. Children stood in line. A teacher he knew bowed and said she had tried the 3-breath practice at the start of class. Fewer quarrels, cleaner boards, chalk breaks less. The novice smiled, realizing the bell that hangs in the middle of the day is not a ritual. It is a thread that ties things together so they do not fall when a door of wind swings open. That evening, a potter's grandchild brought a small clay vase with the inscription, "Please keep the fire steady." The master placed it on the ancestor altar, saying, "That sentence fits anywhere: stove, head, heart, hand." That night, the beginner's meditation class was fuller than usual. A muscular porter confessed, "When I am angry, I only know anger. I cannot hold it back." The novice did not ask him to hold it. He invited him instead to take a stance. Hands joined before chest. Breathe deeply, and imagine lifting a sack of rice. Inhale, lift, exhale, set down. After 10 breaths, the man's face flushed. His eyes softened. He said, "Turns out setting down is harder than lifting." The novice replied, "Yes, lifting is willpower. Setting down is wisdom. Wisdom comes when we no longer need to prove our strength." Class ended. Stars dotted the courtyard. Wind carried wildflower scents from the fence. The master called the novice, handed him a fallen golden Bodhi leaf, and said, "Keep it in your notebook like keeping a season. For seasons also breathe. Seasons rise and fall as in and out. Whoever tries to keep them suffers. Whoever walks with them rests." The next morning, a ferryman brought news that a child had slipped into deep water but was saved in time. The mother brought fruit to the temple in thanks, weeping. In that moment, when I saw my child gasp, I thought my own heart stopped. The master held her hand and said, "Next time, if crisis comes, take one breath first. One breath may not save every accident, but it saves the mother from panic so she can do the right thing." She nodded, holding his hand as if holding a stake on the shore. By noon, the sun poured like honey through leaves. The novice washed the wooden dipper at the well, listening to drops fall into the water as though hearing a sutra recited without words. That evening, the master asked him to write a letter to an old friend who had lost a loved one. The novice did not know what to write. Every word seemed overused. The master said, "Write little. Tell a small story, perhaps of cleaning a lamp's glass, of the bowl of water, of the tangled net. Do not advise, only tell, and invite the reader to breathe one round at the end." The novice obeyed, sealing the letter with a drop of wax, as if closing a crack with gold resin of memory. Night fell, sky like the dome of an old church. The moon leaned thin. Crickets beat their measure through the cracks. The novice lay on his side, hand on his belly, inhaling deep to his back like a rower dipping the oar into mist, exhaling slowly like laying the oar against the boat's side. In that moment, life did not press, pull, or shove. Life stood beside him, like a companion who knew when to keep silence. The next day was the same, sweeping the yard, tending the fire, picking young leaves, reminding children to pick starfruit gently. But each old task shone with the new light of presence. At the gate, a man asked if the novice knew a method to clear the head instantly. The novice only smiled, invited him to stand with both feet even, spine straight, shoulders dropped, hands on belly, eyes closed. Inhale, notice the smell of smoke from the stove. Exhale, notice birdsong far away. One more round, notice the heartbeat. The man opened his eyes, exhaled, and laughed as if drinking cold water after a long walk under sun. "Enough, I need no other method." The novice nodded, saw him off, watching the brown shirt disappear down the lane. The sun seemed to turn one notch closer inside his chest. And there, the morning bell rang again, not by metal, but by breath, not by sound, but by a silence wide enough for anyone stepping in to feel lighter, less harsh, less lost. From that silence, Each carried home a thin yet strong thread, tying kitchen to bed, desk to window, conversations to bows, binding the day together against breaking, by nothing more than returning to the first breath whenever the mind began to storm. That afternoon, the southern wind stretched into thin strips through the bamboo groves. The scent of freshly dried straw met the lingering smell of old rain caught on the grass, forming a fragrance that made one slow down. The master told the novice, "Come with me to the next village. There is a family making rice noodles by hand, struggling with a tank of cloudy soaking water. Go and see a lesson about clarity and murkiness." The path through the fields was as narrow as the edge of an uncut page. The irrigation water drifted slowly, carrying a few hyacinth leaves like schoolchildren learning to read. At the noodle maker's house, the young man's face was pale from sleepless nights. He pointed to the cloudy tank, saying, "I have changed the water many times, but it still stays murky." The master did not tell him to change it again. He simply scooped a dipper of water, set it on the table, and waited. His hand rested on his belly, steady like pulling thread. The residue slowly sank, like old dust falling after a sigh. The young man watched, then exhaled, and admitted shyly, "I stirred too much, trying to be quick." The master replied, "Quickness is kin to chaos, but correctness is kin to clarity." The novice stored that away as carefully as a noodle maker remembering the ratio of water. The two walked along the irrigation bank to a tin-roofed house where an old man repaired radios. His wooden table was filled with old circuits, the smell of heated pine resin rising, fragrant like pine forests they had once passed. The old man handed the novice a crackling radio and said, "Listen, tell me where it fails." At first, the novice heard only a jumble of static. The master tapped the table gently, reminding him of rhythm. The novice inhaled deeply, exhaled slowly, and suddenly, through the static, a thin thread of sound appeared, a distant train whistle. The old man smiled softly. "Your ear became correct only when it stopped wanting to be correct," he said. The novice understood then that sometimes listening is not for catching mistakes but for finding what still lives, just as when listening to someone weary. You do not need their words, only their rhythm. By late afternoon, thunder's scent mingled with the wind. The master led him to a farmer's beehive hut. The bees were restless before the rain. The woman worried they might scatter after last night's storm. The master stood outside, saying, "Do not open the hive while your heart still trembles. First breathe with the bees." 3 rounds. The novice stood at a distance, inhaling as if hearing the wings hum, exhaling as if letting the scent of honey pass his throat. Strangely, the bees circled with less fury. The woman laughed in relief, saying, "Bees can read the scent of fear." The master nodded. Every creature can read the scent of fear, but the scent of steady breath is a language all understand. Back at the temple, rain fell as if someone pulled down a heavy curtain. The brick courtyard glazed with water. The master told the novice, "Tonight you will guide the class. We have a special guest, a factory worker just released from prison, wanting to learn how to sleep again." That night, the man stepped into the porch with eyes that had seen too many locked doors. He sat down and said, "I fear the night. I hear locks opening inside my head." The master did not speak of karma or sin. He simply asked him to place a hand on his belly, close his eyes, and said, "When one door of iron closes, another opens, the door of breath." After 3 rounds, the man's shoulders dropped. His voice loosened like a guitar string tuned down from too tight. The master did not promise his life would change. He only promised each night could begin with 3 such small steps. The man stayed 2 nights. On the 3rd morning, he left a crumpled note. "I slept 3 watches without a prison dream. Thank you for a door without a lock." The novice read it, smiled, and saw how many unlocked doors appear in life when one dares to stand still before the only true door, the chest itself. The next morning, clouds drifted like schools of fish swimming against the sky. The master led the novice to a wide courtyard where masons were stretching a string line to pour new steps. One grumbled that the string would not lie straight. The master held one end, hooked it, and said, "Do not pull yet. Take a breath, then pull." With that small pause, the string lay straight, as even as a well-placed sentence. The mason laughed. Even string fears impatience. The master looked at the novice with a kind question in his eyes. The novice nodded, realizing that in every task there is a pause before action. A pause is not delay. A pause is tuning the orchestra before it plays. At midday, news came that a woodcutter had slipped near the forest and sprained his ankle. His family could not find a shortcut out. The master and the novice carried bamboo splints and bandages. The forest smelled of resin and sweat. The novice went ahead to clear branches, reaching a slope of slick soil. His first step slipped, heart racing, but he remembered the lesson of counting in fog. He stopped, counted 3, looked again, and saw a small stone ridge like an overlooked letter. He stepped on it, and the path grew safe. They reached the woodcutter, splinted his leg, and reminded him, breathe deep before standing. To rise without breath is to stumble at the knee. By the time they left the forest, the light had tilted to gold. On the way back, the master pointed to moss fanning across stone, saying, even rock breathes, little by little. Humans err by wanting to breathe it all in one go. The following days formed a chain of small, sturdy tasks, like tight stitches. One afternoon, they watched a wedding photographer in the garden. The young couple quarreled about which angle was beautiful. The master pulled the novice aside, saying, wait for the wind to settle before taking a picture. Wait for the heart to settle before speaking. Soon the air stilled, their faces softened, and the camera caught a true moment. Not because the lens was good, but because the hearts wanted less to prove. Another morning, durian vendors passed by the temple. One fruit fell, cracking its skin, spilling golden flesh. Everyone groaned with regret. The novice bent down, placed a hand on the fruit, inhaled its sweet thickness, and thought of days that seemed broken yet were complete in flavor. Days that felt lost but had ripened. Later that same day, a group of youths came to rehearse songs for the village festival. High voices clashed with low. The master gave them an exercise. Breathe in together. Breathe out together. Within 5 minutes, the chorus held steady, blending like clouds woven together without tearing. The novice learned that singing, like living, fractures when the self demands the wind, but harmonizes when the self listens to it. Then came a day when the master had to travel to the city for temple affairs, leaving the novice with a list of tasks as small as millet seeds. The novice did not feel burdened. He simply marked each task with one breath: morning to measure paths, noon to meet with the cook, afternoon to welcome children after exams, evening to light lamps. One student returned upset, having failed a math test. He cursed himself, cursed life. The novice did not correct him at once. Instead, he invited him to walk 3 laps around the yard. First lap, name your anger. Second lap, name your fear. Third lap, name what still remains. The boy walked, breathed, and by the 3rd lap said aloud, still have my teacher, still have my mother, still have soccer, still have my cat. The novice laughed. That is a problem solved. The sum of what remains is greater than the sum of what is lost. The boy burst out laughing, a laugh like sunlight striking dark cloth. That night, as temple lights dimmed and cricket song deepened, the novice opened his notebook. He did not write polished lines, only plain ones, like steps of stone. Breathing does not make us win. It only lets us return in time. Silence does not make us greater. It only keeps us from losing to ourselves. One right breath can save a wrong day. On another afternoon, the villagers rushed to the temple after hearing that a thief had broken into several homes. Everyone was upset. Some demanded he be beaten. Others shouted he should be tied up. The master sat on the porch, invited everyone into a circle, and spoke softly. The thief has just done what we ourselves often do, stealing from our own house in the night when there is no light. If you do not want to lose more, turn on the lamp first. After 3 rounds of breathing, the tension in the yard eased. People began thinking of locks, of moving their valuables, of taking turns keeping watch. No one mentioned beating anymore. The novice felt his chest lighten, and learned the fragrance of a crowd that has settled, sweat withdrawing, dust sinking, and the scent of people becoming gentler when they breathe in and out together. That week, rain fell steadily like someone sharpening a thin blade. The master taught him to sharpen a chisel straight, reminding, your hand must touch your eyes through the breath, your eyes must touch your ears through the breath, and all 3 must meet in the belly. He sharpened until the sound of the chisel on stone grew smooth, like 2 people speaking without raising their voices. The next day, an old man brought a broken hand fan, asking for it to be fixed. The master told the novice to bind the bamboo ribs, not slowly because the work was hard, but because human hearts are quick to grow impatient. The novice finished, and the fan opened like a blossom in its right season. The old man smiled, saying, tonight I will sleep less hot. The novice thought, sometimes we fix an outer thing only so that inside, the wind may flow. When the festival season came, the crowd surged like water, banners bright as ripe fruit. Everyone wanted to go first. The procession nearly lost its order. The master handed the novice the great drum, saying, hold the bass rhythm, do not show off, just walk. He struck the drum like counting the breath of hundreds. He heard the moment when the line might break apart, and the moment when it needed grounding. The drum did not frighten anyone, it kept them together. Afterward, people laughed, saying the procession was smooth as oil. The novice laughed too, grateful that his heart had not pushed ahead to make the drum burst. That night, stars filled the sky. The master brought out an old telescope, showed the novice a few constellations, and said, the stars are so far, yet your breath reaches them. Without breath, your hands tremble, your eyes tire, your neck stiffens, and the stars disappear. You think you are looking at the sky, but truly, the sky is watching your rhythm. The novice pressed his eye to the glass, inhaled as thin as silk, exhaled as steady as a river, and saw a distant streak of light drifting so slowly it seemed still. He thought of the days past, days that moved but seemed unmoving, days that seemed noisy but were calm, days that seemed missed but struck true, and among them all, there was only one key always in his pocket, the first breath. One morning, the rain suddenly stopped, and steam rose from the ground like tea smoke. The postman brought a letter from the young filmmaker who had once visited. She enclosed a photo of a hospital window, writing that she had sat beside someone near death and found she did not need to say much, only to breathe with them. The photo was not beautiful in any staged way, but anyone who saw it would instinctively place a hand on their own chest. The novice looked at it for a long while. The master walked past, smiled, and said, that picture is good because the photographer stood in the right place, inside. Lately, the novice had opened a small class in the courtyard for old villagers with aching joints who could not sit long. He did not make them strain. He simply showed them how to breathe and raise their arms as if lifting a leaf, then lower them as if setting down a cup of tea. They smiled, saying they still felt able to do something gentle. Life now and then, one remarked, needs a soft task, to remember that pillows are still kind. One day, the novice passed a folk painter grinding green pigment over and over to reach the right shade. The man said, a color lives when the painter wants less green. A color dies when he demands green immediately. The novice laughed, recognizing again the teaching of the master. All true hues are born from less, from removing the excess. But some days his heart wavered, like the day he heard that a former classmate had been in a road accident. Lying in a distant hospital, his first impulse was to drop everything and run. His feet had already moved when the master held his shoulder, saying, go, But breathe first before you go, so you do not carry the storm with you." He stopped for one breath. Tears fell silently. Then he walked. The road did not shorten, but each even breath steadied his step. At the hospital, his friend opened his eyes and smiled. They spoke little, only placed hand on hand, breathing together until the beeping machines no longer sounded like threats. Back at the temple that night, the novice sat long on the porch, neither writing nor reading, only letting his chest rise and fall. The sorrow tasted of mist, slightly salty, slightly cold, but clean. Morning returned to its tasks, sweeping the yard, watering plants, sharpening knives, simmering fish, counting bell strokes, teaching the class, like every day, yet no day old, because each task was set in the right place by a single breath. And when anyone came to the temple asking the familiar question, "Is there a Buddhist practice that can instantly clear the mind?" the novice did not hand them a list, or sing a long hymn, or build a ritual. He simply invited them to stand straight, drop their shoulders, place a hand on their belly, close their eyes, inhale knowing they were inhaling, exhale knowing they were exhaling. Do it 3 times, then open their eyes, look at the well, look at a leaf, look at their own hand, and each one, in their own way, whispered the same small sentence, "Enough." That enough was always the same brightness without noise, the same clarity without boasting, the same steadiness without rigidity, like how a day begins with the gentle scattering of rooster calls and ends with the cricket's thin song. Between those two ends, people come and go countless times by the shortest road of all, the road of the first breath. One morning, mist lay pale like diluted ink brushed over the fields. The wooden wheels of a vegetable cart screeched softly on the dirt path, while children on their way to school chattered like a flock of young birds just learning to fly. The master told the novice to wrap a few warm sticky rice cakes, bring a water jug, and a blank notebook, then follow him to the county train station. That day, a group of visiting teachers would arrive, eager to hear about a way to settle their students at the start of class, without shouting. The path to the station followed a long canal, the water drifting like a poem still searching for rhyme. The master walked slowly, his fingers turning an old rosary, sometimes stopping beneath eucalyptus trees for the novice to breathe in resin, earth, and sun-dried cloth. At the station yard, the loudspeaker rasped the schedule, and the sound of metal wheels on rails was like spoons striking a pot. The group poured out, each face marked with circles of fatigue. The master did not lecture at once. He first handed out rice cakes, poured water, and invited them to stand in a half circle. He said, "Before asking how to quiet your class, let us see if we can quiet ourselves in 3 breaths." The yard was noisy, but within that half circle a well appeared without being built. First breath. People still glanced at one another. Second breath. Their eyes lowered to their shoulders. Third breath. The loudspeaker's voice seemed farther away. Then the master smiled and told the story of the bowl of water, the bell, the tangled net. He said, "Each morning before you take attendance, do not rush to call the roll. Instead, return attendance to yourself. 3 breaths to call the name of your own heart." The visitors were surprised at the simplicity. Some even laughed aloud. The rickety bus carried them back to the temple, jolting like an exercise in keeping rhythm. At the gate, cattle were returning to their pens. Dust rose red, but no hearts were unsettled. Evening lengthened. Villagers gathered as if for a fair. A former student brought a bundle of basil fragrant as a mother's palm. A farmer sat at the porch's edge, eavesdropping. The master sat on the brick steps, not higher than anyone, telling again the tale of the lighthouse keeper cleaning glass, the stonecutter sharpening blades, the papermaker dipping pulp. Then he handed the task to the novice. Let the courtyard breathe. The novice stepped forward, did not speak loudly, only placed the bell on the ground, looked at the sky clear as a bowl of water, inhaled, exhaled, 3 rounds, The courtyard stilled like a sheet of paper just dried. Afterward, the teachers asked to sleep on the porch. Night carried the scent of damp grass, and the cricket's song stretched long like a thread stitching the day closed. The novice sat by a pillar, gazing at faces no longer so sharp-edged, and thought. Often, teaching is not putting more words into someone's head, but removing the noise from their words. The next morning, the master sent the novice to the county's wholesale market to learn how people weigh fairly in the middle of noise. A gray-haired woman, her hair tied in a bun, placed her hand on the scale handle as gently as one would place a hand on a feverish child's forehead. She said, "Weighing is the craft of reading silence. Before I put the basket of vegetables on the plate, I take a breath so my hand does not tremble. If my hand shakes, the needle shakes. If the needle shakes, people argue." After watching for a while, the novice realized that fairness does not come from a good scale but from a hand that wants a little less. By noon, the sun was harsh, the kitchen was cooking soy paste, the smell of beans rising like a warm greeting. A young man arrived, asking to work at the temple for a few months because, as he put it, "My head is full of storms." Watching his restless gait, the novice saw a shadow of himself from years ago. He gave the young man the task of sanding wooden spoons and cleaning windows, with just one instruction. Each time you pick up the cloth, breathe, and see where the smudge is. After 3 days, on the 4th day, the young man laughed on his own, realizing his window was clear and so was his mind. That evening in class, after everyone had finished breathing, he asked to share 3 lessons, smaller than a needle, that he had learned. Washing hands slowly makes the water cooler. Chewing thoroughly makes the rice sweeter. Breathing correctly makes other people less difficult. The listeners chuckled and nodded, as though hearing a common sutra. The days strung together like a chain of small ceremonies. One afternoon, the master led the novice into a riverside workshop where a craftsman blew glass. The man, his hair salt and pepper, held a blowing pipe whose tip glowed like a tiny sun. He said, "See, I do not shape with my arms. I breathe, and the form swells. If I breathe too fast in the heat, the glass cracks. If I breathe too soft in the cool, the glass collapses. Beauty lies in the just right, and just right lies in the breath." The novice watched a glowing bubble expand into a vase, like a whole story unfolding from a single first word. Later that day, crossing a wooden bridge, they heard the pounding of hammers. A team was replacing planks, the foreman arguing with a worker over rhythm. The master told them, "Pause for 2 breaths, then strike in a row." Strangely, after that, the boards fit tightly like interlaced fingers. The worker laughed, saying, "Just passing by the temple makes rhythm behave." That evening, the novice sat under an old gourd vine, long fruits hanging like stretched songs. A calico cat climbed onto the roof to listen to the insects. The novice opened his notebook and wrote a single line, "All beauty that lasts passes through the right lung." Then he closed the notebook, saving the rest of the words for another day. Not every day was as gentle as ripe fruit. One afternoon, clouds hung low, wind howled like a difficult person, and news spread that lightning had struck old Mr. Kwong's house. The whole village rushed. The novice carried ladders, buckets, and wet blankets with others. When the flames roared like an old anger, the crowd scattered like boiling noodles. The novice remembered the counting in storm lesson. Standing on the porch steps, he called everyone to breathe together, counting in and out, not magic, but to find rhythm. By the count of 3 to 10, voices softened, hands found their right places. Fire subsided. The roof was left with a gray scar like a wound healed. Mr. Kwong's hands trembled. The master placed a warm bowl of water before him, inviting him to sip with each breath. He exhaled long, like someone setting down a heavy chest. That night, the novice did not sleep. Sitting on the porch, watching lightning tear the sky, he thought of times he too had split himself open like that, over a message. A glance. A loss. Then remembered he had since learned to pause for 3 breaths before picking up the hammer to drive another nail. A hammer in the hand of an angry man is a hammer into his own hand. The next morning, the master asked him to sit with a young woman who had just passed the civil service exam. Her eyes were red from sleepless nights. She said, "My head is like a conference hall that never stops, documents, schedules, debates." The novice did not lecture her on impermanence or suffering. He simply placed a basin of water nearby and told her, "Each time your head starts a meeting, adjourn it by dipping 2 fingers into the water. Inhale, feel how cool it is. Exhale, feel your shoulders drop." After 3 days, she returned, saying she had cancelled 2 useless meetings. The novice laughed, reminding her to write in her own notebook, "Cool water is the minutes." She nodded, promising to bring her mother to the temple one day. As the season neared its end, the master spoke with the novice about building a quiet corner behind the temple. A place for villagers to sit when needed. No statues, no altar, just a roof for rain, a few bamboo chairs, a whitewashed wall for light to climb, a jar of rainwater from the well, a small bell, and a sign that said only 3 breaths before speaking. The novice and some friends built it, tying the roof with soft hemp rope, brushing the wall with wide brooms, wiping the chairs with rough cloth. On the opening day there was no ribbon cutting, only tea, a round of silence, and the wind arriving as the first guest. From then on, the quiet corner became a gentle stop, a mother bringing her baby to nap, a student before an exam, a husband after an argument, an old man before a medical test. No one stayed long, no one spoke loud, only the soft slap of sandals coming and going, and the scent of fresh bamboo leaves resting on Noon's shoulder. One early winter morning, the master brought the novice to the hilltop where an old pine bore the scar of lightning. "This is the classroom of silence," the master said. Wind whistled through the wounds, making a rough yet truthful song. "Place your hand on the trunk. Listen to what it tells you." The novice closed his eyes, breathing, and felt in each gust the seasons that had passed through the tree, storms, suns, rains. The master asked, "What do you hear?" The novice replied, "I hear the tree breathing with the wind, and I breathe with the air. In the end, we both breathe with what cannot be held." The master smiled as kindly as the day the novice first entered the temple. "Then you are ready to teach afar." The words fell into the novice's heart like a yellow leaf at the right moment, not heavy, not light, simply landing. A few weeks later, a letter came from a city inviting the temple to send someone to speak to night shift workers at the hospital and train station. The master wrote only a few words by hand, "Send the novice." That night, the novice stretched out his memories like cloth on a line. The bell, the bowl of water, the tangled net, the lighthouse glass, the spinning potter's wheel, the steady flame, the festival drum, the hammer on the roof, the scarred pine, the quiet corner. All of it formed a burden that felt weightless, because it had been unknotted long ago. At dawn he boarded the bus. The city opened with the smell of gasoline and coffee. Night shift workers yawned wide, their eyes red. The novice did not seat them right away. He only asked, "Before your shift, will each of you give yourself 3 breaths?" They chuckled. "Why not? Let us try." 5 minutes later, a young nurse said, "My back hurts less." A guard said, "The siren sounds less harsh." A cook said, "The soup pot did not spill." They laughed, realizing that something, small as a grain of salt, had seasoned the whole night. The novice smiled, feeling inside his chest a bell not tied to metal but to breath. And that bell rang down the bright white corridors. When he returned, the village road seemed smaller to the eyes but wider in the heart. He swept the yard, picked up leaves, poured water, and wrote a line in his notebook, "Travel far to see near." The master sat on the porch, handed him a cloth to polish the old temple bell, and said, "Clean it, The novice laid the cloth on the bell's face. Breathed, pulled gently. The silent metal shone slowly, like a star rising in a moonless night. The master asked, "Do you remember the first person who asked you for a practice to clear the mind immediately?" The novice nodded. "They are everyone you have met, and they are you, each morning." The master smiled. "Then each morning, repeat the old lesson. Place your hand on your belly. Inhale, knowing you inhale. Exhale, knowing you exhale. Call the name of the morning. Call the name of yourself. Call the name of the task before you. Then go." "Yes," the novice replied, stepping into the yard. The first autumn wind drifted through the fence. The scent of young rice, impossible to hide, poured in. The novice inhaled deeply, as though drinking half the sky, then exhaled slowly, setting the day in its right place on the first shelf in the quiet room. There, simply by remembering, the mind was clean as freshly polished glass, and when forgetting came, only 3 rounds of breath were needed for the road home to appear again, so close it could be reached in a single step. That afternoon, the wind was still as paper, and sunlight stretched through the areca palms into long strips lying quietly on the brick courtyard. The master handed the novice a hemp rope and a small knife, telling him to go to the carpenter's hamlet where coffins were made, to ask for some leftover planks. The rainy season was near, and the temple steps needed repair. The novice wrapped the knife in an old cloth, slung the bag over his shoulder, and crossed a shallow stream where stones knocked against each other like the sound of someone tapping a steady rhythm. The workshop smelled of fresh wood, sawdust drifting like golden dust. The head carpenter greeted them, then handed the boy a plank. Noticing the novice's left hand trembling slightly as he received it, the carpenter smiled and said, "Sand this edge smooth, but not in haste. A hurried hand makes wood bristle." The novice sat on a low stool, holding the plank as if it were a story that needed to be told clearly. He took one breath, then drew the sandpaper along the grain. Each fiber revealed itself like a line of passing years. The carpenter nodded. "There are things that only listen when you speak with rhythm, not when you speak with force." On the way back, the master stopped at a bakery run by an old friend. The oven glowed red, the smell of rising dough like a warm greeting. The baker complained that new workers often ruined batches because they beat the dough too fast. The master suggested, "Let them knead with the breath, 10 breaths in and out. Then pause 2 breaths, let the dough breathe." The baker laughed. "Dough also breathes?" Yet the next morning he came to the temple with a golden loaf, saying, strangely, this time it rose evenly, soft yet firm. The master smiled, reminding him, life is everywhere, even in bread. To breathe is to make space for life to do its part. That evening, clouds from the sea stretched into threads. Children played soccer in the grass behind the temple, their shouts like the gentle splash of oars. The novice was preparing for Saturday night's class when a county doctor arrived. He was thin, with shadowed eyes. "I cannot eat or sleep," he said, "because the emergency ward is always like a drum pulled too tight." The master poured tea, inviting him to sit. He did not advise, work less. Instead, he said, change the rhythm. Each time before you push open the door to your shift, stand sideways, breathe 3 full rounds, then begin your first task. A week later, the doctor returned. Patients are still many, crises still come, but my hand trembles less, my eyes sting less, and strangely, I remember people's names again. The novice smiled, realizing that when the breath opened a small gap, compassion entered before skill, and skill, touched by compassion, shone brighter. Another morning, a land officer came with thick maps, asking the master to mediate between 2 families fighting over rice field boundaries. Each claimed to be right. Each brought evidence. The master did not summon them to a hall but invited both to the edge of the fields. He placed 2 bamboo stakes, then asked each family to walk their border in silence, pausing for 3 breaths at every corner. naming one thing they truly needed for tomorrow. When they returned, their voices had softened. The officer looked at the master as if asking, "What magic?" The master shook his head. "When people breathe, they remember they need rice to eat, children to learn, mothers to rest, not victory. And when victory is less needed, boundaries can bend without crossing anyone's heart." That season, floods came early. Water rose to the temple steps, swallowing low houses. The temple opened its porch to shelter villagers. Children cried from thunder and missing pillows. Old people shivered with cold. The novice boiled ginger water, handed out blankets, propped mats for makeshift walls, then stood in the courtyard and called everyone to count the rain instead of count the fear. Inhale, 1 drop. Exhale, 1 drop. Count to 10. Then begin again. Some children still cried, but in smaller sobs. Some elders still trembled, but only like leaves. At dawn, the water drained. The brick courtyard bore brown stains. The novice swept them as if rewriting a blurred line of script. Passing by, the master said, "You have just taught the whole village a lesson without words. That lesson is called sharing one rhythm. Keep it." On a quieter day, the master led him up the hill to a foundry where bronze bells were made. The furnace glowed like a mountain mouth. The craftsman struck a fresh bell, its voice still rough because sand clung inside. "Clean the heart of the bell," he said, "just as you clean your own. Few grains in the right place make it harsh. Once cleaned, the sound deepens." The master nodded. Many think a bell rings well because it is struck hard. In truth, it rings well because it is clean. And cleanliness is not a performance but a daily, silent work. The novice, standing beside them, unconsciously laid his hand on his belly, inhaling to remember that he too carried a heart that needed cleaning. Exhaling to remember to clean it with breath, not with anger. When exam season came, poor students spread their books across the temple porch. The novice arranged them in a half-circle and, before opening their notes, made everyone return to their belly for 3 breaths. One lively child scoffed, "3 breaths waste time." By day's end, that very child came running back. "3 breaths saved me from swallowing words." The novice teased, "See, the belly is also the head." The children laughed, eating salty porridge that night with eyes shining like new flashlights. And yet there were days when the novice lost his own rhythm. One afternoon at the market, a crowd surrounded a young man caught stealing a phone. Curses poured over him like a lifetime's rage on 1 minute. The novice too felt fire rise in his chest. But then he noticed his hands clenched, nails digging into skin. The master, though unseen, felt as though standing right behind him. He heard his voice, 3 breaths. He inhaled, saw the thief was thin, eyes dry from having no tears left. He exhaled, saw the victim trembling, crying not from greed but from fear. He inhaled again, saw the crowd weary. He exhaled again and spoke a small sentence, "Let the police handle it. Let us breathe first." Some sneered, some mocked, but a few grew silent. That silence was enough to open a path. Later, passing the fish stall, the vendor whispered, "Lucky you were there." The novice shook his head. Lucky the breath was. One early morning, a young harvester carrying her baby came to the temple. She said, "Every night I dream of flooded fields." The novice did not interpret dreams. He led her to the well, telling her to listen to the dipper touching water as if it were her heart touching truth. He lifted 3 dips, breathing with her 3 rounds. She dropped her shoulders, saying, "I feel less soaked in my head." The novice knew a patch of ground had just risen above water. Another time, a moon lute musician came from the city, asking to stay after a performance. He sat beneath the dried gourd trellis, plucked a tune, but the bass note faltered. He laughed awkwardly. The master said, "Count the breath before striking." He did so, and the note flowed true, pouring into the porch like a bowl of hot soup. Closing his lute, he said, "An old instrument, but learning a new breath. I feel as though meeting an old friend. Days went by in even and odd turns. The novice taught classes at night, swept the yard in the morning, helped in the kitchen at noon, patched roofs in the afternoon, listened to rain at night. Life turned like a wooden water wheel by the stream, not because anyone watched, but because water had rhythm. One afternoon, the master pointed to a lone rice seedling growing out of line. Do not pull it out. Let it live as it is. What matters is that we remember to breathe, so we are not disturbed by what is different from us. The novice nodded, realizing he too carried crooked seedlings within that needed sparing. Weeks later, a letter came from the highlands. Elders who had survived a landslide asked the temple to send someone to share. The master sent the novice with 2 young companions. Mountain roads wound tight. Cliffs stood like pages of stone upright. The elders sat in a circle around the fire, eyes deep as wells. They did not want reason. They needed breath. The novice placed his hand on his chest, inviting all to hear the crackle of firewood as the sound of their hearts breaking, then mending. 3 breaths later, sun-darkened shoulders lowered. An old woman, her hands trembling, lifted a cup of corn liquor and said, "It has been long since I drank without choking." That night, they slept in a stilt house. Wind whistled through wooden slats like the forest's flute. The novice lay on his side, hand on his belly, remembering the still well, the lotus rolling dew, the rooted bodhi, the bell and its silence, the steady fire, the oar matching heartbeats, the potter's wheel listening to the hand, the glass lamp cleaned, the bowl of water in the noisy market. Each memory was a grain of salt falling into a pot called the present, salty enough to awaken, not so salty to thirst. Returning to the village, the air was filled with the fragrance of ripening rice like a blessing. Children flew kites again in the meadow. The novice held the string for a child whose hands were weak, teaching, pull in when the wind rises, release when it falls, do not fight the wind, go with it. The child laughed, like breathing, isn't it? The novice nodded, like breathing. One noon, standing before the old mirror in the temple corridor, he wiped its glass. His reflection appeared, not young, not old, with areca palms behind, and eyes looking forward. Suddenly he understood. When the master said, "Clean the heart of the bell," he also meant, clean this mirror, not to admire beauty, but to see clearly when he was about to fall, when his hand stiffened, when his words sprouted thorns. And once seen, 3 breaths were enough to bend thorns back into blossoms. That evening on the porch, the master spoke of destination. Do not promise anyone that breath will end all suffering forever. Promise only that breath will ease confusion right now, like opening a window to let wine through a musty room. Tomorrow, the sheets must still be washed. But now the mattress was dry again, and there was breath again. There was sleep again. There was no more shouting, no more bowls thrown. That, now, was the kind of miracle few people believe in because it is so small. But it is exactly what saves lone boats when the night has not yet turned to morning. The next day, a village photographer brought a picture he had taken of rain through a kitchen window. On the glass edge, a streak of water caught the glow of a kerosene lamp into a golden line. Behind it was the silhouette of someone blowing on a fire. He asked, "There is nothing in this photo, but why do I feel calm when I look at it?" The master replied, "Because the one who pressed the shutter was breathing." The novice thought further, "And because the one who is looking is also breathing." Then they laughed together. On another day, the novice was invited to a vocational class for young men newly released from prison. The room was small, filled with doubtful eyes. The novice did not tell temple stories. Instead, he placed 3 small stones on the table. This one is called stop. This one is called see. This one is called do. He invited each person to pick one up, breathe a full round with it, then set it down. A tattooed boy with ink up his neck held the stone named stop longer than the others. He exhaled deeply and said, "If I had known how to stop, my life would have held fewer knives. The novice did not nod or shake his head, only looked into the boy's eyes and breathed with him, leaving the sentence to stay inside him like a stone marker. Seasons passed like short verses. The novice spoke less, smiled more, worked steadily. Each morning he opened doors. Each night he closed lamps. Some days he was tired like a porter carrying loads. Some days he was happy like a man catching a cool breeze. But beneath every tiredness and joy was one path shorter than all others, from chest to belly, from belly to feet, from feet to the earth. Beneath the earth are roots, on roots, a trunk, on trunk, leaves, among leaves, wind, and in that wind is one person who had learned to pause exactly 3 breaths before beginning. When anyone asked, "Is there a practice that clears the mind right away?" he no longer answered with speeches. He simply stood upright, lowered his shoulders, softened his eyes, placed his hands on his belly, and invited them. Breathe in and know you are breathing in. Breathe out and know you are breathing out. Do this 3 times. Then open your eyes, and they themselves would see the sky shine brighter by 1 shade, the surface of water clearer by 1 degree, the noise step back 1 pace. The answer would rise in their own mouths, enough. And they left, carrying a thin thread to tie their day together so it would not fall apart. The novice remained, carrying a bucket of water, wiping a table, lighting a lamp, striking a bell, small tasks, repeated not for lack of greater tasks, but because he knew every lasting miracle grows from the right repetition. At the right rhythm, with the right breath, each time he remembered, the mind was clean as a freshly polished mirror. Not clean because no dust remained, but clean because the dust had been seen, named, set down, breathed through, and moved on. The following afternoon, the river wind shifted, blowing back up the hills like a hand brushing hair against the grain. The master asked the novice to bring a rope, a small stone, and the old bell to the village hall, where local officials had invited the temple to speak with youth preparing to study far from home. The hall had a low ceiling. Fluorescent lights buzzed like mosquitoes. Outside, drizzle blurred the rice fields. The room was crowded and noisy like a fair. The master did not silence the noise with words. He tied the stone to the rope, hung it from the doorframe as a pendulum, and invited everyone to stand still for 1 breath to listen to it tell a story. The first swing, the crowd chuckled. The second, shoulders dropped. The third, even the buzzing of the lights faded like mist leaving the eyes. The master tapped the bell lightly and asked, "When the pendulum swings too far, where does it return?" A few young men answered, "To the middle." The master nodded. "So does the mind, swinging between what comes and what goes, between praise and blame, between new news and old memory, but just 1 true breath in and out, and it remembers its way back to the middle." Then he gave the bell to the novice, who placed it on the floor and invited the whole room to close their eyes for 3 rounds. Do not aim for success. Just return. Suddenly the room opened as if another window had appeared without frame. The sound of sandals in the hallway faded as naturally as a cat slipping through a door. The master did not give a long sermon. He told 3 small tales. Cloudy noodle water clearing when no longer stirred, the lighthouse keeper polishing the lens, the stonecutter sharpening his blade, the market woman weighing in silence. Then he let the novice lead the group on a slow walk. Each step placed on 1 word, walk, not arrive, because arrive makes people stumble. Afterward, a young woman in a faded red scarf and baseball cap approached quietly. She asked, "When I go to the city, without lanterns or bells, without bamboo groves, what will I have left?" The master smiled, tapped the pencil sticking out of her pocket, and said, "You still have a pen and a chest. Before writing a letter, before answering a boss, before pressing send, breathe 3 rounds, like wiping a camera lens before taking a picture. Then let it be blurry if it wants, clear if it wants." The girl smiled, her eyes softening like a cup of water set gently back from the lips. The next morning, villagers asked the novice to guide schoolchildren up the mountain to collect leaves for a science project. Late autumn mist floated like tufts of cotton. Halfway up, one boy kept glancing at his phone, fingers flicking for signal like a small fish hunting for a pool. The novice did not scold. He simply said, "Let's play a game called Airplane Mode 3 breaths. Whenever you hear 3 bird calls, switch to airplane mode. Place your hand on your belly. Inhale and notice your hand warming. Exhale and notice your shoulders dropping. 3 rounds, then switch it back on if needed." Strangely, after just one airplane round, the children began to see leaves more clearly, which smelled of lemon, which carried plum resin. The restless boy still turned his phone back on, but his face was less sour. On the way down, he ran up to say, "I discovered wild myrtle leaves. Before, I never noticed because my eyes were busy listening inside the phone." The novice patted his head, thinking, so airplane mode is just another name for being still. On the third afternoon, the sky was hollow like an overturned bowl. The master took the novice to visit a high school physics teacher, his childhood friend. The teacher's room was full of pendulums, inclined planes, flywheels, guitar strings. He sat by the window, holding a cup of tea, and said, "I am tired, because I cannot believe in this breath talk against equations." The master laughed, took a string with a small weight, hung it from a table, and let the pendulum swing naturally. He asked his friend to place his hand on his belly, inhale and exhale with the rhythm in front of him. After just 10 breaths, the pendulum's arc evened, less jagged from draft. The teacher stared and said, "So there is a kind of resonance between belly and string?" The master answered, "Nothing mystical. It is just noise reduction. Noise is the same everywhere, in instruments, in mines, in kitchens, in markets, and the first way to reduce noise is always to remember you are breathing." The teacher laughed, tapped his own head, and promised that in the next experiment he would invite his students to breathe 3 rounds before reading numbers. Weeks later, he sent the temple a hand-drawn chart. The curve was smoother. The note read, "A laboratory also needs silence, like a well." One noon, late cicadas shrilled from bushes beyond the gate. Clouds piled like drying mats. A young mother brought her newborn to the quiet corner. Her eyes were sunken. Her hands trembled. "My baby cries without stopping," she said. "When the baby cries, I cry, and the house becomes a broken boat." The novice did not teach lullabies. He placed a basin of warm water at her feet, invited her to set her soles in it, to rest one hand on her belly, and to teach the baby to breathe with the hand, by gently stroking its belly in the mother's rhythm. 3 rounds, 4, 6, the crying cracked into smaller fragments, then faded like rain turning into mist. The mother looked astonished, as if someone had stitched shut a long tear. "I thought I needed more hands," she said, "but what I needed was less haste." The novice smiled, and in the quiet corner he saw a new shaft of light, not one that chased darkness, but one that placed a lamp exactly where it was needed. One day, the lakeside neighborhood lost a child. The grown-ups panicked like batter spilling out of a pot. Everyone ran. Everyone shouted. Voices crashed into each other like a swarm of bees. He rushed over. He was not the leader, but he called out just one simple thing. Every group stays silent for 3 counts before calling the child's name. At first, people scolded. Some even laughed, but the elders nodded and said, "Let him finish his breath first." 3 counts later, the voices grew calmer, and the search through the trees became orderly. Then one woman heard the faint rustle of grass near the bank. A sound so small it would have been swallowed up if everyone was still gasping. She crawled in and pulled the child out. The boy had only gotten lost and frightened. He was safe. The crowd exhaled. Scolding turned to soothing. He looked at the ripples on the lake and felt his heart settle. Like a bowl of water resting on a flat table. From that day, the local patrol hung up a small wooden sign that read, "Count to 3." News spread around the county that the temple had a 3-count practice to calm people down. A group of counselors from a psychological hotline invited him to visit. The small office had a dozen headsets, dim yellow lights, and words pouring across computer screens like rain. The coordinator said their heads burned like stoves from hearing so many broken stories. He told them, before picking up the phone, "Breathe when the caller cries. Breathe when you put the phone down. Breathe even more, otherwise, their story will pour into you like floodwater breaking a levee." 3 weeks later, the coordinator sent a thank you letter, saying that the mid-month quitting rate had gone down. There is no secret at all, except for the well right inside our chest. Soon after, people began placing a bowl of water on their desk as a reminder. One glance at the water meant remembering their own breath. One windy night, the bamboo groves whispered. The old teacher sat still longer than usual, his eyes seeming to pierce the wall and look toward some distant forest. He poured the teacher a cup of tea. The teacher smiled and said, "This body is aging like a boat with a cracked bow. One day it will carry no more. From now on, you will teach in my place. Whether the ceremonies are big or small, keep them simple. Clean the glasses every day. Do not wait until the market dust piles up before wiping them." He listened, his heart trembling half with fear, half with gratitude. That night, he stood in the teacher's place, set the bell down on the floor, and felt his feet root into the earth like trees. His hands smelled of wood. His voice carried the warmth of a kitchen fire. And he understood that passing on the practice was really just handing down one simple gesture, placing a hand on the belly and remembering you already have a home. The bad news came like all bad news does. One foggy morning, the watchman reported that a boat had run aground in a deep bend of the river because the fog fell suddenly. He struck the bell to alert the village. The young men formed teams. Nobody shouted. They only counted their strokes. In, out, out. 1, 2, 3. Hands moved with breath. The boat fell back into the right current, and they pulled 3 people onto shore. A child coughed violently. He did not panic, but pressed his ear close, counting softly with the boy's breath, slowing down with him. The boy's breaths clung to his, like a fledgling gripping a branch. By dawn, the sky cleared. Everyone sat on the dock eating porridge. Nobody claimed credit. They only talked about rhythm. I lost count at that moment. I caught it right then. The watchman handed him a small piece of glass, edges rounded, and said, "Keep this to remember. Glass only shines if you clean it every day." But life still pulled him backward now and then, like the day he went into the city. Traffic jammed, horns stabbing his ears like nails. A car cut him off. His hands heated, and some voice inside shouted, "Honk back," but another voice, slower, whispered, "3 rounds." He inhaled and saw a father rushing his child to the hospital. He exhaled and saw the child's eyes in the rearview mirror. He inhaled and realized what he had almost done. He exhaled and let them pass. His foot rested lightly on the pedal. Later, at the station, he ate a bowl of pho. The broth tasted sweet in a way that surprised him. He thought, the sweetness of broth does not come from the onions. It comes from the breath. And he smiled, as though meeting himself again after a long turn in the road. On the full moon night, the village released lanterns onto the river. Everyone wrote wishes on theirs. He did not write anything. He only stood quietly, breathed 3 rounds, and dropped a smooth stone into the water. The stone sank quickly, like a small promise already fulfilled. After the ceremony, an old man asked, "Why did you not write anything?" He answered, "If I write it, tomorrow I will have to read it again. Today, I just want to do it." The old man laughed, eyes glistening like someone who had finished reading every letter of his life. Winter thickened. The cold wind slipped through coats. The quiet corner grew busier than ever. Some came because they missed someone. Some came because they feared losing. Some came because they had broken something. Some came because their words had hurt someone. Nobody asked about high philosophy. Everyone only asked, "Are 3 rounds enough?" He replied, "Enough to begin." After that came cooking rice, washing clothes, apologizing, sharpening knives, reaching out a hand, taking a short nap, writing a small letter, cleaning a pair of glasses, unbuttoning a collar, walking 1 lap around the yard. In other words, doing small things that require rhythm. And a clear mind now simply meant a mind with enough space for small things to pass through without stumbling. One morning, the sky was as blue as a rare answer. He opened his notebook and wrote exactly 3 words: stop, look, do. He remembered countless faces that had paused on that porch, breathing only 3 counts before seeing their own path. Then he quietly carried out one very specific act: wiping the inside of the bell, lighting a small fire, pouring a ladle of water, setting down a bowl, blowing out a candle, folding a blanket, tying a string, brushing dust off a table, fixing a step on the porch, counting raindrops, resting an old woman's knees, tying a child's hair, stacking books for a student, sending a message to a worried mother saying, "I have arrived." All of it began with one breath of returning. And whenever someone asked, "What practice clears the mind right away?" he only smiled, invited them to stand steady, drop their shoulders, place their hand on their belly, close their eyes, inhale knowing they are inhaling, exhale knowing they are exhaling. Do this 3 times. Open their eyes, look at the sky, look at the water in the well, look at their own hands, listen to the birds. Then the answer appeared, not from his mouth, but from their own throat. "That is enough. Now I will do the rest." And they would walk away, lighter in spirit, warmer in touch, straighter in their backs. As for him, he would turn inward, hearing the bell already ringing inside his chest before being struck, understanding that the greatest lesson of life still held only one teaching. One gesture, one rhythm, one breath. Each time he remembered, his mind shone like newly polished glass, not because dust no longer existed, but because no one stirred it anymore. At dusk, the sunlight stretched like a thin line of honey across the hills. The smell of burning fields slipped into coats like a reminder that sometimes you do not need to look to know the season has turned its page. The old teacher handed him a coil of soft rope, a pouch of chrysanthemum seeds, and a piece of chalk. He said, "Today you come with me to the old ferry landing, where people are about to build a temporary bridge across the whirlpool bend. I will not teach anything new. I only ask you to write one short line on the sand, so that anyone passing by remembers. Stay still for 3 counts." The path to the landing passed through bamboo and thin autumn grass. The wind carried the smell of damp earth and the sound of a distant freight train, like someone counting rhythm in a dream. When they arrived, the workers were stretching ropes. The river swelled and sank gently, like the chest of a restless sleeper. The teacher did not step forward with instructions. He sat on a wooden stake, placed his hand on his belly, and invited the group of workers to share one breath together before lifting the first plank. At the first count, voices still overlapped. At the second, their hands slowed but grew steadier. At the third, their necks bent and the plank dropped into place as if a sentence had finally found its rightful spot. He knelt down on the sand, used the chalk to write one short line, "Count to 3. Then act." Next to it, he buried a handful of chrysanthemum seeds mixed with damp sand, so that when the season came, the most dangerous place would bloom with gentle yellow flowers. At twilight, an old ferryman with a bent back came near and said, "That sentence has saved me many times out there. Not saving the boat, but saving these trembling hands when the wind came." The teacher smiled softly, gazed at the horizon where gray clouds gathered like an uninvited meeting, and said, "Rain is coming, but rain has its rhythm too. If we move 1 count ahead, we will reach the porch in time. On the way back, The teacher stopped by a candle workshop run by a widowed woman. Her house was small, filled with the scent of beeswax mixed with dried cinnamon. She scooped melted wax into molds, but her hands shook, so it often spilled. The teacher did not tell her to change the mold. He simply reminded her to pause for one count before pouring, to pour as though pouring warmth into the cold season of someone's heart. She followed, and the wax slipped into the mold as gently as water finding the riverbank. The woman smiled and gave the two of them a candle whose wick had not yet been trimmed. The teacher handed it to him and said, "Keep this to remember. A candle shines because the wick stands straight and the wax is clean. A person shines because the breath stands steady and the heart is clear. Both are daily work, not holiday work." That night, as they returned to the temple, the rain fell thin as a curtain. The beginners' class was as crowded as always, but this time a train engineer asked to sit in. Since his late shift had been delayed, he sat on the back step, his hands still resting near his knees out of habit, as though holding a brake lever. He invited the man to place his hands on his belly and breathe with the sound of rain weaving across the tiled roof. After 10 breaths, the man laughed shyly and said, "All this time I thought there was no station to stop at in the middle of the night. Turns out there is always a station called the belly." When class ended, the man stood, bowed, and gifted him an old whistle, so that when you need to, you can call people back to this station. He accepted it, hearing inside himself a faint whistle rising, echoing all the way to the riverbank. The next morning, the sky opened blue like a fresh ceramic bowl just fired. The teacher called him out to the porch, handed him a wooden ruler, a square piece of glass, and a blank notebook, saying, "We are going to the village health clinic to visit a young nurse. Bring these, to measure the rhythm of their work with two things that cannot be measured, breath and compassion." The clinic was crowded, children with fevers, elders with coughs, middle-aged people with aching backs. The nurse's eyes were darkened from night shifts, but her hands were still warm. The teacher did not lecture about what medicine means. He only asked, "Each time you place the stethoscope on someone's chest, do you ever listen to your own first?" She smiled wearily. He invited her to place the stethoscope on herself. Close her eyes. Breathe 3 times. Her face loosened like a knot untied. The teacher turned to him, signaled to place the glass square by the waiting room window, and wiped it once. Light poured onto the white wall. Some rooms need only a little more light to soften the noise. The nurse nodded. "Starting tomorrow, before I open the door, I will clean the glass and breathe 3 rounds." On the way back, a phone repairman called out from the market. His hands trembled whenever he soldered a connection. The teacher handed him the ruler and told him to tap a rhythm on the table before soldering. Each tap was 1 breath. When he lifted his hands, they already carried rhythm. The young man tried it, and the solder flowed into the circuit leg like a sentence finding its proper line. He looked up and said, "So fixing machines also means fixing the person first." The teacher smiled. All repairs meet in the same place, in less rushing, less wanting, less fearing, less hating. That evening, mats were spread in the temple courtyard, because the ferry workers who labored through the night had asked to rest there. The kitchen fire glowed, voices murmured like wind. He stood on the porch and watched as faces hardened by sunlight in the day softened at night by fire and porridge. Scallion threads floated in the pot like green letters. The teacher sat at the head, not saying much, only nodding, only pouring, only listening, only breathing, and he understood. In life, some classes have no blackboard at all. They only have a kitchen and stomachs, and the lesson is steady fire. The following day, clouds stretched in long rows like salt fields drying. The teacher took him into town, to a morning newspaper printing house. Machines whirred, paper rolled like rain. A new editor, eyes red from closing late pages every night, asked the teacher for a way to stop his hands from shaking when typing breaking news. The teacher placed the man's hands on the keyboard and said, "Type with the rhythm of too soft." One stop, two words with the inhale and the exhale. One pause to see whether your stroke might blind someone. He tried. His speed barely slowed, but his eyes burned less, as if he had just slipped off a pair of tight glasses. The teacher added, breaking news is also a fire. A fire without someone watching will burn the house. The editor bowed his head, wrote in the margin of his notebook, too soft, one stop, and promised to paste it on his screen. As they walked the street, the cries of hot fried cakes here sounded gentler than usual. He thought, maybe because the vendor too was breathing, no longer chasing after his own words. At noon, the teacher turned into a small martial arts school by the market. The old instructor was shouting, his face red, as he bent the children's arms. The teacher borrowed a staff, spun it slowly like a dancer, not striking, only breathing, then handed it back and said, let the children practice walking before striking. The instructor tried. Suddenly, the courtyard stilled like a fresh sheet of paper laid flat. Sweat on the children's brows shone like dew. He turned and smiled. So martial arts has verses. Just like poetry. One rainy afternoon, drizzle poured from the mountains like someone wringing out a wet cloth. News came from the county, asking the temple to send someone to speak to textile workers who had just endured a machine accident that left their minds shaken. The teacher told him to go alone, calling it his exam in staying still among machines. The factory was long, roofed like a covered river. The restarted machines still sputtered. The foreman frowned, worried about falling productivity. He said nothing about impermanence or suffering. He only asked to borrow the loudspeaker and said one sentence. Everyone stay still for 3 counts before pressing the button. For the machines and for your own hands. The warning light blinked. The assembly line began. The first count was jerky. The second softened. The third steady. The foreman looked at the clock and suddenly smiled as though seeing a canal dug exactly in the right place. Afterward, a young woman worker asked, is breathing only for people who go to temples? He shook his head. It is for anyone who still has lungs. She laughed, sweat shining on her temples like drops of honey. Leaving the factory, he stopped at a small tea shop. The owner poured tea with precise water and timing. He poured 2 cups and said, tea is good because people wait just enough, not because the water boils hotter. He sipped, bitter on the tongue at first, then sweetened. He thought it was exactly like the evening classes. Bitter first with shyness, sweet later with calm. Then one day, the teacher coughed more, the cough dry as leaves. His eyes were still bright, but his steps slower. He called him to the back garden, where last season's vegetables were sprouting again, and said, perhaps tomorrow I will have to lie down more. Do not be flustered. Class is still 3 counts. The fire in the kitchen is still steady. The bell still has its silence. The windows still need wiping. And if anyone asks, what practice clears the head immediately, you still invite them back here. The teacher touched his chest. Here. Then he smiled, weary but not troubled. That afternoon, he carried out his old chores, arranging cushions, hanging lanterns, drying blankets, but in his heart was a small needle stitching every loose fold of worry. That night, he sat by the bed. The teacher breathed, short, long, steady. After a while, the teacher opened his eyes and asked, are you still afraid? He answered, I am afraid, but I can breathe. The teacher nodded. That is enough for you to shield others from rain while waiting for the sky to clear. The next morning, the teacher smiled, said, I feel better, and sat up to drink a cup of warm water. Crickets outside the porch sounded like they were finishing an unfinished sentence. He thanked the heavens for a great lesson that had passed through such a small rhythm. News came from afar. A seaside city invited the temple to send someone to speak with the beach rescue team. Since accidents were frequent during storm season, the teacher pointed at him. You go. He went to the sea. The wind was salty, stinging like salt rubbed into a cut. Orange life buoys lined the shore. The team leader explained that the most critical moments happened when people's hearts jumped into their throats. He did not boast about any practice. He only suggested, before each patrol, the team should stand in a row, face the water, place hands on their bellies, and count 1, 2, 3. Let the heart return to the chest before the eyes set out to sea. A few days later, the leader sent a message. The number of panic cases has dropped. The sea is not calmer. It is that our minds carry fewer storms. He stood on the shore, listening to the waves chase one another onto the sand. He remembered the saying, "The water going out and the water coming in are still the same water." He remembered the times in his life when waves struck and he struck back. And he understood more deeply. Sometimes the greatest rescue is saving the hand from trembling before reaching out, saving the mouth from shouting before calling. When the first lunar month came, the village held its ash rice cake contest. People brought sticky rice, straw ash, and dong leaves to the temple courtyard. Everyone had their own secret, the noise buzzing like bees. The teacher sat beside a basket of mung beans, peeling the skins slowly, his hands dusted yellow. He stepped forward to organize the crowd. He did not shout, he only invited them. Take one breath before tying the string. The cakes bound after that were neither too tight to burst nor too loose to slip away in the water. The pot boiled, its lid rattling like a choir of tiny bells. Under the slanted moonlight, people shared old stories. The noodle seller recalling the murky broth pot, the train engineer recalling the belly station, the candle woman recalling the wick standing straight. These fragments of memory were like white pebbles, linking into a dimly lit path. At dawn, the pot opened. The fragrance of ash rice rose like the new year wrapped inside itself. People broke the cakes, dipped them in honey, sweet because of sugar, warm because of memory. One very clear morning, he opened the quiet corner early, set down a jar of rainwater, wiped the chairs, and hung a paper that read, 3 counts before speaking. Just then, a group of interns from an organic farm arrived. Their eyes were bright, but their heads buzzed with schedules, with key performance indexes, with the internet, with optimization. He did not lecture. He led them to the field and invited them to weed with the breath. Inhale. Slip the hand under the root. Exhale. Lift the plant whole. Inhale. Look at what you just pulled from your head. Exhale. Release. 2 hours later, the weeds piled neatly, and their eyes no longer twitched. One said, "I realize the best optimization is knowing when to stop." He nodded, brushed soil from his fingertips, and said, "Yes, even the earth needs people who know how to step back." That afternoon, a piano teacher from town came, asking to sit still before conducting a large performance. He placed his hands on the keys, did not play, only breathe, then pressed one long single note. That note stretched like a thread spun from the listeners' chests. That evening, when the orchestra performed, he stood in the hall and heard the entire ensemble keeping time on one shared, invisible chest. The whole piece rose and fell like the tide without breaking the shore. He understood. Music is also a way to clear the mind, to let the head rest in one rhythm long enough for an entire community to listen together. One stormy night, lightning ripped a white scar across the temple roof. A cat cried under the eaves. The lights went out. He walked through the familiar dark, fingers tracing the wall, lips counting softly, placing a candle in its holder. The wick caught fire obediently, like a child who had just stopped crying. The teacher came from his room, holding a worn hat. "There will always be nights like this," he said. "Do not hope the sky will be free of storms. Hope that your hands remember where the lamp is." He laughed, feeling the teaching was as simple as a latch on a door. And from that doorknob, a house called, now, opened again, clean, even though the rain still soaked the porch. And so, day after day, he continued small tasks with a great rhythm, opening classes, counting the rain, teaching 3-count airplanes, reminding 2 soft, 1 stop, writing Count 3, then act on the sand whenever a temporary bridge replaced its planks. Passing the belly station to the night train engineer. Placing the wick standing straight in the candle woman's hands. Hanging, wipe the glass every morning at the clinic door. Sprinkling, stay still into heated village meetings. Teaching, weeding with breath in the semester's fieldwork. Steadying the rhythm below for a parade. And whenever someone, a factory worker, a preschool teacher, a physics instructor, a musician, a doctor, a young mother, a student who just failed, or an elder who had just lost a companion, stepped onto the temple porch and asked again the ancient question, is there a Buddhist practice that clears the mind instantly? He only smiled. Invited them to stand straight, drop their shoulders, place a hand on the belly, close their eyes, inhale knowing they are inhaling, exhale knowing they are exhaling. Repeat it exactly 3 times. Then open their eyes and look at a pool of water, at a leaf, at a drop of wax, at a line of thread, at a ray of sunlight, at a wisp of smoke, at a human face, and let them hear from their own throats a small voice that opened a very wide door. That is enough. Then they went to do the rest, to apologize where needed, to sleep the sleep they needed, to drink the water they needed, to make the call they needed, to untie the knot they needed, to stop the sentence they needed, to begin the task they needed. And as for him, he turned back inside, once again wiping the glass, once again lighting a steady flame, once again striking the bell and letting the silence after the bell sweep clean the room cold. Now, not because dust no longer existed, but because the dust had stopped being stirred. And so, after all the stories, the lessons, the pauses no longer than a breath, one realizes that clarity of mind is not something distant. It does not come from complicated miracles, nor from winding paths full of theories. It comes from returning to oneself in the present moment, inhaling knowing you are inhaling, exhaling knowing you are exhaling. With just 3 counts, the winds inside calm, the muddy water settles clear, and the tangled mind makes room for peace to enter. If you are searching for a practice that clears the mind immediately, it is this return to the breath, simple yet profound, small yet wondrous. Each time you remember, you have a chance to wipe clean the dust of troubles. Each time you forget, you have another chance to return and begin again. So right now, you can try it. Pause. Place your hand on your belly. Gently close your eyes, and take exactly 3 rounds of breathing in and breathing out. You will find the stillness is already here. Not far away, but inside you. Thank you for staying until the end of this video. If these stories and reflections bring you a bit of peace, please remember to subscribe and share, so others may also find a way to clear their minds whenever needed. See you in the next video, where we continue to explore small practices that can change an entire life.